Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hello and welcome, everybody. Today's a special day. Guess what today is? Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess? Yes, we are. We're going to be continuing the Raul Valle trial, day 8. But today's a special day. We'll see if you can guess. I want to first welcome all of you. I'm Ada K. Welcome to my channel. Ooh, my ears are hot. Ooh, okay. There we go. Get my turn down a little bit. So, we have a special day today. I'm going to see if y'all can guess first. By the way, one of my viewers sent me this lovely necklace for my birthday. Took a while to get here, no fault of her own, but I want to say thank you so much. It's a special day to be wearing it. First in chat was Aaron. Then 80s Music Man June. Sweet Magnolia. Hello, love. And one sunny day. Okay, the names are showing up correctly. Oh, I don't have earrings on. Why didn't somebody tell me? Why did somebody not tell me? Girl, get your earrings on. My mother would be all over me. My mother would be all over me for not having my earrings on. Y'all, I was up at 4:45 this morning. I have not been back to sleep. I've done college work. I have been doing background work for this. It has been a day. You got your name back. Congratulations, love. Really, seriously, congratulations. Sometimes you don't get your name back. Just saying. Yeah, it is. It is a choice. I'm fine without them, but it does complete the look. I will say that. Okay, guys. Nobody guessed what today is. Why has nobody guessed what today is? Your bingo cards are posted and pinned. I just downloaded mine. Thank you, Miss June. I'm going to shuffle mine. And there we go. We're going to shuffle. Here is today's bingo card. We got motorcycle helmet correct or right. Wall of people exhibited approach at that point. Side by side. I don't recall. Time to break. Break it down. Yes, no, live, knife. Surrounded us, me, overrule, sustain, keep your voice up, conversation, engaged with. How many people? Taylor Rich pushed him, squared off an objection. So here is today's card. But before we go there, I want to announce Today is our 1-year anniversary. Yes, y'all. Our 1-year YouTube anniversary. I got a cake. I even got donuts. I'm going to go get me a donut in a minute. I forgot to bring me my donuts. And later, I'll be announcing the winner of the April giveaway. No, May giveaway. Not May giveaway. Bingo for the Karen Reed trial giveaway. That person will be announced shortly, but we do have trial. Real quick, here is the bingo card. So make sure you download it. Make sure that you guys say, I liked, I shared, I subbed if you're first time subber, and I bingo when you bingo. And we are getting into trial. So let's zoom in.
Today does my understanding that informal conference. Do you intend to first give the jurors an idea of
I'm going to go get my donut.
looks like, and I just want to make sure that I confirm that with all of you. So it's my understanding that informal conference, we left it at today. We will complete, I believe, the state's case. So I anticipate the state will rest sometime today. Does the defense, does the state anticipate any rebuttal?
At this time, no, Your Honor.
So if in fact there is no rebuttal, then we would be off tomorrow. So there would not be any court session tomorrow on this particular trial. And then I would anticipate we would have closing arguments as well as the court's jury charge on Wednesday, Thursday. And so that would be July 3rd. We can conduct the charging conference on the record in the morning on the 3rd as well. And then obviously no court on
what?
the
3rd. Did I hear no trial on Wednesday?
Today. Does the defense, does the state anticipate any rebuttal?
At this time, no, Your Honor.
So if in fact there is no rebuttal, then we would be off tomorrow. So there would not be any court session tomorrow on this particular trial. And then I would anticipate we would have closing arguments as well as the court's jury charge on Wednesday, Thursday. And so that would be July 3rd. We can conduct the charging conference on the record in the morning on the 3rd as well. And then obviously no court on the 4th. Deliberations, I would assume, would at least be able to start on Thursday the 3rd. And if we need to go into extra days, the next time we would reconvene would be on July 7th, which would be the following Monday. So that's the schedule.
No, I wanted Thursday, Friday, Saturday off. That's ridiculous. Why make them come back on? Oh, no. Yo, that's horrible. So the schedule for this court is no court Wednesday, Thursday court, no court Friday. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I'm not happy with that. That's a no bueno for me. I even made a special coffee. Chocolate included. It's a celebration day. We're celebrating 1 year monetized today. They're bringing the jury. Bring the jury. Again, everybody, thank you, June, so much for our bingo cards. You are freaking amazing. Thank you so much.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense will stipulate none.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the proceedings, I just wanted to give you an idea of what the anticipated schedule is going to look like, because I'm trying to keep you informed. I know that I said I would do that. Sometimes it's a bit difficult, and I apologize. However, I anticipate that today the defense will rest. I do not know whether or not we'll have any rebuttal on
Yes,
behalf of the
he did.
state. I don't anticipate any at this time. That could change. So I do believe today will not be a full day, perhaps a half day at best of evidence. Once the evidence closes, of course, you still need to hear the closing arguments as well as the jury instructions as to how to apply the law to the facts you find as the jurors. In this particular case, we will not be in session tomorrow. So there would not be court for this trial tomorrow. That would bring us to July 3rd for closing arguments, the jury charge to you, and then the commencement of your deliberations at that point in time. We are not in session on July 4th. So if additional time is needed, and you'll be told that you'll take as much time as you need for your deliberations. So if additional time is needed, then we would be back to reconvene with deliberations on Monday, July 7th. Okay, until of course, and it would be day to day until of course the jury indicates to the court that they are done with their deliberations. Okay, so I just wanted to give that information to you now, so if we have a morning recess and you need to reach out and adjust your schedules at all, you'll have an ability to do that, and you know what the rest of the week looks like. So thank you so much. All right, with that,
You're welcome very
when we
much.
adjourned yesterday, Mr. Valle was on the stand for his direct examination on behalf of the defense. I am going to, at this point in time, direct Attorney Smith to continue on with that direct examination. Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Valle.
Mhm.
I'm going to remind you again, you've got to keep your voice up. You are soft-spoken. We are competing with the fans, but everybody's got to hear you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday when we were here and we left off, I believe you had taken us to the front lawn of 43 Laurel.
Bingo card.
Call that.
Yes.
And you were describing
Right,
for
correct.
us the scene there on that front lawn as you and Mr. De Silva walked up to a group of individuals that had come out of the house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you had told us just shortly before we dispersed for the day that you thought there were about 10 people facing you and about 10 people facing Mr. De Silva. Do you recall that?
Yes, but I'd say it was around 50 kids altogether.
50 kids altogether?
Yes.
Were you counting them? How can you be sure that there were 50 kids?
I wasn't able to see behind them because there were so many people.
It felt to you like there were 50 kids,
Yes.
but you weren't counting 50 kids.
No.
Do you recall how many kids do you recall yesterday you had described for us that there were essentially two groups that started to form, one that was dealing more with Mr. De Silva and one that was dealing more with you?
Yes.
And how far away were you from Mr. De Silva at that point?
Once the two groups started forming, it was hard to say how far Tyler was from me. I want to say 5-6 feet.
Okay. And you had described that he was trying to have some sort of a conversation with somebody that he was dealing with. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you trying to have a conversation with anybody? What were you doing at that point?
Yes. I was trying to have a conversation with Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines was one of the people that was facing you?
Yes.
How many other people do you remember that you were dealing with in the group that was facing you?
After they separated into two groups, I want to say there was around 25 to 20 people just on me.
And where were they positioned?
At first, they were just in front. And then once they made the two separate groups, they were on both sides and in front of me.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, thank you.
And I put back up there for us States Exhibit 52 behind you on the easel. And you turn it.
Hey. Hey, hun. Oh, thank you.
Where do you recall
Good to see
standing
ya.
as this group starts to form around you?
I want to say around this area.
Did you see anybody around the red bush?
There was people everywhere.
Could you see anybody moving around behind the red bush?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
When you described being surrounded by this group that's facing you, were there some kids that were dealing with you more directly than the larger group?
Once they separated us into two groups, everyone was saying stuff.
I understand. Get her
Describe,
done.
Interacting
Have a
with
good day.
Ryan Hines.
Thanks,
Yes.
Feds Metal Work. I appreciate you joining. We'll
Was
chat later.
he separate from the larger group in some way that you were
Hey,
dealing directly with him?
Ronnie.
Tell us how that worked.
He was just the person that I was talking to. There was people shoulder to shoulder with him, right next to him on my sides, but he was the one that I started talking to directly.
Was he closest to you?
They were all the same distance from me,
How far away from you were they?
not even a foot.
That close to you?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to demonstrate with me what he was experiencing at that point.
If the witness is comfortable demonstrating, that's fine. Just please keep it in the well. Thank you.
But will you come down here, Mr. Valle, please?
Please, if there's going to be any statements, just make sure that you're keeping your voice up so the microphones can catch your statements. Thank you.
If I'm you, where is Ryan Hines?
Right here.
And is Ryan Hines as the same size as you?
At the time, I was a very small kid. I grew a lot since then.
And you're Ryan Hines. What is he doing?
First, we're just talking.
At some point, does he do something else?
Yes.
What?
After he starts yelling, I stuck my hand out as I was backing up from everybody, and he smacks my hand out.
Where were the other people that you've said were around him?
To my sides, in front of me.
What did you do when he smacked your hand down?
I started slowly backing up even before that, and I continued to try and back up.
Take a stand, please. As you began to try to back up, what happened at that point?
I got hit.
Where did you get hit?
It was the side of my head, I want to say, but I couldn't really tell where.
And when you say it was the side of your head, could you tell which side?
I only found out after.
And how were you feeling at that point?
Everything just went black.
When you say everything went black, what's the next thing that you remember?
My face was in the ground.
Could you see where Tyler De Silva was? What could you see?
Just the ground, and people were just stomping and kicking and punching everywhere.
Did you have the knife in your hand at that point?
No,
Where was the knife?
it was in my pocket.
Could you see any way to escape?
No,
Did you try to get up?
yeah,
Could you get up?
no,
Why not?
there was just so many people.
Y'all, I'm sorry. Somebody called me beautiful. I'm leaving it up for a while, if you know what I mean.
Hitting me and just everywhere.
What could you hear?
They were yelling and just, it was so weird. They were just yelling like, I can't even describe it.
Did you hear anyone say, "Yes, sir"?
I heard a whole bunch of things I can't. It's a good.
Could you hear anything from Mr. De Silva?
No.
Could you see the vehicle that you had arrived in, Jack Snyder's car?
No.
Could you see any way to make an escape from your position? Where were the other people that were kicking you, as you've described it?
All around me, on top of me, behind me.
Could you see who was on top of you?
No.
Could you tell what the person or persons that were on top of you were doing?
Hitting me,
Where were they hitting you?
my head, the back of my head, kicking like the front of my face, my ribs, everywhere.
Did you get the sense that they were going to let you up and let you go?
Yeah.
What did you do at that point?
I went to cover my head in like a fetal position.
Did that seem to have any effect? What did you hope would happen if you went into the fetal position?
That they would stop.
Did they stop?
They did not.
Put us there on that lawn with you in the fetal position. What were you feeling?
Ew. I'm sorry. That just
Hopeless, scared, terrified,
Why hopeless?
because they just weren't stopping.
How were you feeling physically?
Hurt,
What hurt?
everything.
Did you lose consciousness?
After the first hit, yeah.
What happened next?
As I was in the fetal position, covering the sides of my head and the top of my head with my forehead into the dirt, I was almost like hunched over, and I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
What were you seeing at that point around you?
My face was in the dirt. I couldn't really see. I just felt nothing changed.
Could you see Tyler Da Silva?
No.
Could you hear Tyler Da Silva?
No.
What could you hear?
Still just the same screaming. That's it.
Did the group give any indication that they were going to stop or let you up?
No.
What happened next?
After I took the knife out of my pocket, I started waving and just stabbing in every direction, just flailing my arm around.
Could you tell if you'd hit anything?
Oh, why, thank you, Ada.
you're welcome, Phone.
Did that seem to have any effect on the attack?
No, it made me more scared.
Why did it make you more scared?
It didn't change what they were doing, and it didn't stop them from doing anything.
Were they still kicking you?
Yeah,
Was someone still on top of you?
yeah, there were so many people on top of me.
Were you able to get up at that point?
No.
What happened next?
I kept flailing my arm around, just trying to get them away from me.
Were you aiming for anyone?
No,
Were you aiming for Ryan Hines?
no,
You weren't trying to kill Ryan Hines?
no.
What about Tommy Connery? You stabbed him 4 times in the leg. What were you trying to do to Tommy Connery?
Get them away from me.
Did there come a time when it was just you and Ryan Hines fighting one-on-one?
No,
Did there come a time when Tommy Connery separated you from Ryan Hines and was just there with you one-on-one, standing up?
no.
Where were you the entire time you were flailing? How were you feeling while you were flailing around with that knife?
More scared than before. Terrified. Just, it didn't make them stop even though I was flailing around a knife.
Could you tell how many people were around you at that point?
No.
What happened next?
It's in flashes, but I just remember getting shoved into the car.
Did there come a point where you were able to stand up? How did you get shoved to the car?
I remember while I was in the fetal position and like flailing my arm around. I like rolled on back of my heels and tried to jump backwards.
Tried to jump backwards?
Yeah.
Can you show us what you're talking about? You come down here for the jurors.
Yeah.
Oh, exhibity. Don't we love it? Oh, he's getting on the ground. Really?
And I tried to get to my heels to like push myself backwards.
What happened?
It didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work?
There was people behind me and there was nowhere to move.
Were there people over top of you?
Yeah.
What do you remember that being like?
Chaotic and scared.
Take the stand again, please. So there came a time when you were able to stand up. Do you recall that?
No, I just remember somehow I got thrown into the car.
You got thrown into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, could you see Tyler De Silva at that point?
At one point, when I was at the car, I looked over and I saw Tyler De Silva.
And what did you see Tyler De Silva doing?
He was also on the ground getting beat on.
Could you tell how many people were beating him while he was on the ground?
I can't give a number.
And do you recall how many people were around you when you got shoved into the car, as you've described it?
As soon as I looked back, the first thing I was looking for was Tyler.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that had just been attacking you?
Yeah,
Where were they?
right on the edge of the lawn on the curb, somewhere on the street going back.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No.
Did you know Tommy Connery before this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines before this?
No.
Did you know Faison Teele before this?
No.
Did you know Jimmy McGrath before this?
No.
You say you remember getting shoved to the car. Did you make it to the car eventually?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you were at the car?
As soon as I looked for Tyler, I saw him getting beat on.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did he say anything when you went to the car?
I didn't even open the car door all the way.
Why didn't you just get in that car and leave?
I saw my best friend, somebody that loved him. Nobody was helping him.
How did you feel?
It's still terrible. But I couldn't just let him be there alone. I felt like I had to save him.
Did you think that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you if you went back in there?
Objection as to what Jack Snyder was going to do.
Did you have any indication that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you?
No.
Mm.
You didn't open that door at that point and take out that knife and then go back and stab those 4 kids.
No.
You already had that knife when you'd been attacked on the lawn the first time.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
You weren't upset that you had been attacked and went back to get that knife? Had you known about that knife being in the car prior to that evening?
No.
When you got back to that car, you didn't get back into the car, right? Why didn't you just go running off back down the street, back down Farmhouse Lane towards, or down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse?
I just couldn't live down.
Why not?
He was my best friend. Looked at him like his brother. What kind of man would I to just leave him there?
What did you worry might happen to him if you left him?
If he was in the same situation as me, I thought it was.
I'm gonna object. Calls for speculation as to what would happen to Tyler.
Sustained.
No matter what, I really don't believe he intended to unalive anybody. I think I don't think he intended to do any of this. I don't think it was planned. I do believe it was self-defense to a point, but he did go back and get a weapon per the witnesses. Now, we don't know what to believe. We're listening to his testimony for the first time.
What were you worried about if you left and ran down to the end of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
That Tyler wouldn't have made it.
Leading. Objection leading. It's cause for speculation.
What happened next?
I found myself right on the edge of the grass and the curb.
How did you get there?
I just remember being there. I think I ran over.
What did you see when you got there?
Just another wall of people.
Did you see Tyler De Silva?
No.
Did you cross paths with Tyler De Silva?
Yeah.
You say another wall of people. Did you see Mr. Hines, who had been on top of you before?
I think so.
Did you recognize any other people that you saw there?
Good morning, Chickatude. Yes, I agree.
A lot of people I didn't recognize, but I saw Matt Lockovich.
How did you know Matt Lockovich?
I've seen him at other parties before.
Did you go to school with Matt Lockovich?
I did not.
Do you know if he was older or younger than you or the same age?
I believe we were the same age.
Are you and Matt Lockovich the same size?
No. He was way bigger than me.
How did you feel at that moment?
Felt like the same thing was going to happen again.
Why didn't you just turn around and run back to the car?
There was no way I was going to be able to turn my back on that many people.
Why not?
I was just, there was no way to turn around without them really about to hit me or knock me down or something.
Did they give any indication that they were backing off?
No.
Did they start to back away from you as you stepped onto the lawn?
No, they stepped closer.
Where did you see people?
It was almost like a U, but wider.
Like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
Were there people to your right?
Yeah.
Were there people in front of you?
Yeah.
Did they give you any indication that they were just going to let you go?
No.
What did they do?
They stepped closer, and then I got hit.
You got hit?
Yeah.
Who hit you?
Came from the left side. I don't know exactly who hit me.
Where did they hit you?
In the right side of my head.
What did they hit you with?
I don't know. I think their hand.
How many people?
I don't know. As soon as they hit me, I like fell and I swung.
Hello, Miss
You told
Dawn.
us
Good
before that you were
morning.
wearing slides that night.
Yeah.
Were you still wearing the slides at this point?
No.
What happened to the slides?
They were gone. Just in my socks.
Was it wet on the grass that night?
Yes.
What else do you recall about being hit?
I just remember immediately after I got hit and fell, I swung.
What were you swinging at?
Anything.
What were you aiming for?
Anybody who was coming at me.
Did Matt Lokovich hit you?
I couldn't see who hit me.
Did Jimmy McGrath hit you?
I couldn't see who hit me.
When you swung that knife, did you feel it hit something?
No.
How were you feeling when you swung that knife?
Immediately after I swung, and I had one knee on the ground, I slipped, and I saw behind me.
What did you see behind you?
There was like a little hole, and I tried to jump and run away.
A little hole where?
So I swung, and like threw my whole body into it, and I slipped on the grass while my knee was down and faced backwards.
You're not asked the witness to come down and demonstrate this again. I think it's a little hard for me to understand what's described.
If the witness feels comfortable doing that, do you feel comfortable getting out of the witness box and demonstrating?
Yeah.
All right. Just again, please make sure to keep your voices up. I want to make sure that we capture any statements on the record.
You've described in your answers an interaction that I find hard to follow. I want you to show us what you mean by swinging, your knee going back. Demonstrate, please, for us what this is.
So, stay here, Matt Lokovich. Like this, everybody like this, and then you hit me. And I'm like this.
Okay.
And I swung. After I swung, I ended up like this, facing backwards.
When you say you're facing backwards, which way are you facing now? Towards the road or towards the house?
It's the road.
What did you do next?
I was on my hands and knees, and I tried to like jump up.
Did you go to stab anybody else?
No.
Did you go to stab Mr. McGrath?
No.
You went to jump up?
Yeah.
Did something prevent you from being able to jump up, or did you succeed in jumping up?
As soon as I jumped up, I got hit again
Where did you get hit?
on the left side of my head.
Do you know who hit you?
Hey, 80 Music
Why do you
Man,
believe it was
Neon
Faison Teele?
Gamer.
Because I
Good
remember seeing
morning.
a big dark colored car.
What did you do next?
I fell on the feet
In the street or on the curb?
in the street.
You say you fell on the pavement. What did you feel?
I scraped my hands on the floor,
Where?
on the pavement.
Where did you scrape your hands? The tops, the bottoms, the fingers, your palms?
Yes.
How are you feeling at that point emotionally?
Scared.
Why?
And once I was on the floor again, then there's a chance that they could all surround me again.
Could you see Tyler De Silva?
No,
Could you see the car that Jack Snyder was driving?
at that point, no.
What did you do next?
I tried to lunge myself up again, and then I dove towards the car
Where were the kids that had been in the lawn prior?
in the road now.
Following you?
Yeah,
What happened next?
I got in the car.
Where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
Front? Rear?
Front.
Different than the seat you had been in when you went down to the house.
Yes.
Why did you get into the front passenger seat?
I was right there and I just wanted to get in as quick as possible.
Where was Tyler De Silva?
At that point, he was not in the car.
Could you see where Tyler De Silva was?
No.
What did Jack Snyder do?
He tried to drive off.
Without Tyler De Silva in the car?
Yeah.
Hmm.
How did you feel when Jack Snyder did that?
I screamed and told him to wait.
Did there come a point when Tyler De Silva got in the car?
Yeah.
Did you have the knife in your hand at this point?
No.
You put it back in your pocket.
No.
What did you do with the knife?
When I scraped my hands on the floor, the knife was on the floor.
The knife was on the floor?
Yes.
You're saying floor. You would agree there is no floor outside where you've been. What do you mean by floor?
Pavement.
Did you see where it went?
No.
Wait, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. Is he saying the knife just appeared from nowhere on the ground? I think so.
Did you try to pick it back up?
No.
Why not?
I just wanted to get to the car.
Did you see Tyler De Silva with the knife when he got into the car?
I didn't really look back.
When Tyler De Silva got into the car, did you see him then?
Yeah.
What did he look like?
His face was destroyed. He was holding his head in his hands.
Was he bleeding?
Yes.
Where?
All over his face. And it was blood dripping down.
What was he doing?
He was holding his head and screaming.
In pain?
And in anger.
Anger at the kids in the yard?
No.
Anger at you?
No.
Anger at who?
Jack.
Can we see Exhibit 60, please? Do we have it? I'll grab it. We're going to watch Exhibit 60 here, Mr. Valle.
I just decided on a name for you. You know how we've been trying to come up with courtroom junkies. We got law nerds, somebody else uses, unfortunately. I just had a brainstorm. I'm Native American. You know, we love our eagles. We're American. You know, we love our eagles. What if I called you my legal eagles? I got to answer that. Don't know what.
Can we just see the normal version? Young man, approach here so I can. Mr. Valle, you would agree that that video does not show the initial punch that you've described to the side of your face when the groups were standing up initially, correct?
Yes.
But you did see there at least one fight that's going on the ground, correct?
Yes.
That's not you, is it? Who's that?
Sorry,
What
that was my
going
doctor's
on
office
while
confirming
we
my
see
appointment for
Tyler De
tomorrow.
Silva being beaten on the ground there before we see you back at the car? Could you see yourself in that video?
In the beginning, you can see people getting and attacking, but you can't see.
Is that the splitting up of the two groups that you've described?
Yes.
One stayed to, as we look at that, the left of the screen, and one went over to the right of the screen.
Yes.
And as this video ends, we see a figure that's on the far right of the frame, but we don't see you, correct?
Yes.
Where was that figure standing in relation to the
No!
U or horseshoe shape
No.
that you've described?
They're not native. They can't have it.
On the, when you say the end, what do you mean?
On the end of the horseshoe.
Was there somebody to that person's left?
Yes.
Was there somebody across the way
Oh,
from
okay, I
that
did too.
person behind you?
Okay.
Yes.
Me too, June.
Did you know who that person was that was on the far right that we can see there at the end of the frame?
No.
Do you know now that that's a person named Jimmy McGrath?
Yeah.
You did not know him that evening. You've described getting back into Jack Snyder's car. Tyler De Silva gets into the car. How are you feeling physically as you're sitting there in the car?
I was in a lot of pain.
Pain where?
My head. And the main thing I was noticing was my ribs.
Hey, Defender of Faith.
What happened next? Did Mr. Snyder leave? Did you remain there in that place?
As soon as Tyler jumped in the back of the car, he instantly took off and started driving.
Did you know where he was going at that point?
No.
Did you care where he was going at that point?
No, I just wanted to get out of there.
And where did Jack Snyder drive the car?
He was just driving straight. And then at one point, I told him to stop the car.
Why did you tell him to stop the car?
I wanted to check my ribs.
You wanted to check your ribs?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you check your ribs just sitting there in the seat?
Because I wasn't able to stand up and look at my whole body.
Did he stop the car?
Yes.
What did you do?
Opened the door, immediately got out and used the car light, lifted up my shirt.
Used what car light?
As soon as you open the door, the car light turns on. I was facing the car, right in the where the door turns, lifted up my shirt, looked at myself, and then jumped back in the car.
I want to be sure we understand this. When you say you're using the car light, do you mean the interior car light or the headlights on the car?
Interior car light.
So you're facing into the interior of the car,
Yes.
and what do you do?
Lift up my shirt and look at myself.
And what did you see?
A whole bunch of bruises, but it felt way worse than what it looked like.
As you're standing there, did you take the knife out of your pocket and throw it into the woods?
I didn't have the knife at that point.
You didn't have the knife at that point.
No.
Where was the knife?
To my understanding, it was on the pavement back over at 43 Laurel Glen.
Did you make a plan to go back and get the knife?
No,
Why not?
I didn't want to go anywhere near that house.
Did Jack Snyder indicate to you that he wanted his knife back?
No.
What happened after you got out of the vehicle and used the interior light to inspect your midsection?
It lasted like a second or two, and I jumped back in the car.
And what happened after you jumped back in the car?
Jack started driving.
Did you know where he was going? How were you feeling at that point?
Still terrified and shock. And I looked down and I was shaking.
What was Tyler De Silva doing?
He was still screaming at Jack and holding his head.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did there come a time when the car stopped again?
Yes.
Did you recognize where you were at that point?
No, I just saw a car I recognized, which was Mackenzie's sister's car.
Who is Mackenzie's sister?
Madison Traficante.
And where was that you saw her car?
Ronnie,
I just remember seeing it in the street.
I just said that.
Was that a street that you recognized from earlier in the evening, or was this somewhere else?
I can't remember. I just remember seeing the car and instantly wanting to get out and go in that car.
And what did Jack Snyder do at that point?
Stop the car and let me out.
And what did Tyler De Silva do at that point?
Ronnie, check
I
your
didn't
chat.
turn around. I don't know.
What did you do?
I went over and I got into Madison's car
Where?
behind the passenger seat.
Who else was in the vehicle when you got in?
Keenan and Dimitri.
Keenan Frasick?
Yes.
Dimitri Arfanis?
Yes.
Will Sinjwald?
No.
Will Sinjwald was one of the people that had come with you earlier in Jack Snyder's car, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't in Jack Snyder's vehicle when you got out of it?
No.
And he wasn't in Madison's car when you got into it?
No.
So in the vehicle at that point, it's just you, Madison, Mackenzie, Keenan, and Dimitri?
Yes.
Was the music on in the car?
Yes.
Were you texting in the group chat at that point?
I don't spray it. It tickles me.
What was Dimitri Arfanis doing?
I didn't look over.
And what was Keenan Frasick doing?
As soon as I got in the car and it started driving, he was looking at me.
He was looking at you?
Yes.
What were you doing?
Holding my head.
What were you thinking?
I was just in shock. Scared. I didn't really know what to think.
Did you call the cops?
No.
Why not?
I was just terrified. I didn't even know what to do. Or really what even happened.
And where did the car go?
Started driving to Keenan Frasick's house.
What happened there?
He and Dimitri got out.
He and Dimitri both got out at Keenan's house?
Yes.
So now it's just you, Mackenzie, and Madison in the car?
Yes.
And what's going on in the car at that point?
Nothing. I knew my girlfriend was still upset. Didn't want to talk or anything.
And what were you doing?
Holding my head and looking at myself. I was just shaking. And
Ooh, I gotta stop.
I didn't even know what to do.
Where did the car go then?
We drove to my house in Milford.
How long did that take?
I can't remember.
Did there come a time when you arrived at home?
Yes.
What did you do then?
Before I opened my car door and I asked Mackenzie to talk to her.
Would she talk to you?
No.
What did you do?
I just walked up to my house.
Was anybody home?
Yes.
Who?
My mom and my little brother.
What were they doing?
They were packing to go to Florida.
What was their reaction when they saw you?
My mom just started screaming and crying. My brother was just like holding his mouth open.
Did you explain how you'd been injured?
At that point, I didn't really know what to say. I couldn't even understand really what had happened, detail for detail. I remember telling her that I got attacked by a whole bunch of people. She just kept screaming and crying.
What did you do
June,
then?
thank you, boo. I didn't mean for
started
you.
crying,
Thank you.
and then
Thank you, June.
I remember going upstairs to the bathroom and just washing myself off.
Y'all love on Lady Di, y'all.
What time was this?
I don't really know.
Did you go to sleep?
No.
What did you
Hey,
do?
Ada. The bank told me they couldn't do anything about
Mom
it.
was panicking,
How do you like that?
and
What the hell? What do you mean you can't? They couldn't do anything about it. Someone stole all your money.
I know, but they told me they couldn't do anything about it.
Why? You're muted.
I said, so don't go to Chime.
Don't go to China?
Chime.
What's Chime?
It was the bank I was using.
But why couldn't they do anything about it?
They said they couldn't see where anything was misappropriated.
Boo, you can call there's a governing body that controls the banks, whatever that is. Call them.
I shall.
All right,
Okay.
but
she
Back to
asked me
God
if I wanted to
Almighty,
go to
I'm so
Florida.
sorry. Change banks soon.
What did you do at that point?
I said yes.
Why?
Just wanted to be close to my mom.
Did you go to sleep at some point?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't sleep.
What made it so that you couldn't sleep?
Everything. The way I was feeling, mentally and physically, just there was no way I was going to be able to sleep.
What did you do?
Everything was so fast. I think I packed like a little backpack, and then we left.
Okay. While you were packing, did anyone try to contact you?
Yes,
Who?
Mackenzie, my girlfriend at the time.
She sent you some texts.
Yes.
We saw those texts here, those exhibits.
Yes.
How did it make you feel when you read those texts as they were coming in?
Oh, Ronnie, thank you.
It just reminded me how I felt at the time when she was texting me and stuff.
Thank you, Ada. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 97. Well, I'm going to try. Okay.
There's a poll started.
States Exhibit 97. Do you remember those texts coming in?
Yeah.
And she writes, "Are you fucking serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Lito. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the M phone. IDK, what to do? Everyone is texting me." I want you to read for us. What did you write back?
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
I'll show you States Exhibit 98. She says, "Lito, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. What do you say?"
I know.
"Lito, everyone's texting me. What do you say?"
Stop answering. What happened?
"Don't talk to me." What do you say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
She says, you fucked up, Lito. What do you say?
How? I wasn't there.
If my parents find out, State's Exhibit 99, stop saying that. You say what?
Okay, stop texting, please, Kent.
I'm not texting anyone. What do you say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
She says, there, texting me. When? Lito, I need you to answer me, please. What do you say?
What, Kent?
And she says, I'm so scared. What's going on? The State's Exhibit 100. I'm shaking, she says. Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone, I swear. What do you say?
I can't text anything.
She says, I'm so scared. And you say, what?
I wasn't there.
She says, what's happening? And what do you say?
No, I wasn't there.
She says, I'm so scared, Lito. What's happening? Please answer me. What do you say?
Nothing is happening.
State's Exhibit 101. She says, can you please call me? Can you call me, please? When I get home. And you say, what?
Yes.
She says, Lito, his sister, just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look. What do you say?
What did she say? Swipe it.
She says, IDK, I'm so scared. And what do you say?
Don't answer anyone.
How fast were those texts going back and forth?
One right after another.
Were some of them coming in before you could finish the other one?
Yeah.
What were you thinking while you're writing those texts?
Overwhelmed and shocked. I just didn't want her to worry.
Were you thinking you could concoct some sort of a story that no one would know you'd been there?
I'm object, it's leading.
Sustained.
You knew you had been there, did you not?
Or objection, it's leading.
Sustained.
That's to be stricken.
Court will strike the answer. Jury, please remove it from your notes.
She does, doesn't she, Yana?
Did you expect her to believe that you had not been there?
Objection, that calls for speculation as to what she would believe.
Can you hear the question again?
Did you expect her to believe
I am too.
you had not been there?
Overrule, it goes to his expectations. You can answer.
No. I knew she knew I was there because she was with me.
Why did you say those things to her in that text?
Panicking, and I just didn't want her to worry at all.
Diane, do you need me to interpret?
At that point, did you think that someone had died?
No.
What did you do after this chain of texts?
I remember trying to call Tyler.
Tyler De Silva? Why did you try to call Tyler De Silva?
To see if he was okay, what was going on. Called him 3 times, but he never answered.
Have you spoken to Tyler De Silva since that night? What did you do next?
Went with my mom, we got in the car and we drove to the airport.
Where did you go?
Florida.
Was that the next day, May 15th?
Yes.
What did you do when you got to Florida?
We were getting out of the airport and we were going to a car rental. And that's when I found out what had happened.
You're just sleeping.
When you say what had happened, what did you find out?
Like the injuries and stuff.
What did you find out?
That somebody died.
How did you feel when you learned that?
I kept saying, no way. Like, that's not possible.
What did you do next?
I went over to my mom. I told her.
Did you stay in Florida?
Yeah,
How long?
like a day maybe.
When did you return to Connecticut?
Not sure, a day or two.
And did there come a time when you were contacted by the police?
My parents were. Not me.
And did you learn that the police were interested in your parents or interested in you?
And me.
And what did you learn about why they had contacted you?
That somebody had passed away.
Did you learn at some point that they had an arrest warrant for you?
Yeah.
How soon after you got back to Connecticut did you learn that?
I can't remember. It seemed like 4 days or something. May have been shorter. I can't really remember.
When you learned that they
Warrant. How do you sign it? Charge paper or legal paper?
had an arrest warrant for you, what did you do?
At the time when it came out, I was sleeping.
What time was that?
Middle of the day.
And what did you do at that point?
I woke up and I talked to my father.
Did you make arrangements to turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Did you go and turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Oh, that was bitter. That'll make me pucker. Ronnie. Y'all, Ronnie's having a private conversation with me over here. You're getting me all embarrassed.
I'm going to show you
Ada, it can be
exhibits
court order.
that have already been entered.
Court order. Okay.
Court order,
There's been testimony that these are
arrest.
from
Hey,
May 18th,
Okay.
court order, arrest.
when you turned
Got it.
yourself in. Do you remember what
I
time
like
you went
legal
down to
paper.
the Shelton PD to turn yourself in?
Hey, I'm going to back that up because we missed all that.
Okay, that's fine.
Have already been entered. There's been testimony that these are from May 18th, when you turned yourself in. Do you remember what time you went down to the Shelton PD to turn yourself in?
I remember it being really late at night.
Did you go by yourself?
No.
Who was with you?
My father.
Diane, you're going
I'll
to
show you
interpret
what's been
him?
marked as States
Yes.
Exhibit 34. Do you remember this photograph being taken?
Yeah.
Where was that taken?
I believe it was at the Shelton Police Department.
I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 35. Is that taken at the same time?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 36. That photograph also taken at the same time?
Yes.
Can you see in there your eye, what appears to be your left eye?
Yeah.
And does that accurately reflect the injuries that you had at that point?
At that point, yeah.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 37. Is that the back of your head?
Yeah.
States Exhibit 38.
Is this what you do for
That's
exhibit?
The left side
This.
of the back of your head.
Yeah.
Like
And
example.
where do you
Yep.
recall getting hit that evening when you were first encountering the people on the lawn?
The back of my head.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 39. Is that your right arm inside near the elbow?
Yeah.
Do you recall how you got these 1, 2, 3 scratches and some bruising?
No.
Did you have that before you were on the lawn that night?
No.
I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 40. Is that your right hand?
Yeah.
And how did you get this injury to the heel of your right hand?
I was trying to run back to the car. I got hit and my hand slid on the pavement.
This is States Exhibit 41. How did you get this injury on the heel of your left hand?
The same as the one on my right hand.
Are you left-handed or right-handed, sir?
Right-handed.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 42 at the top of your right hand,
Yes.
and States Exhibit 43 is at the top of your left hand.
Yes.
Did the police ever approach you and ask you if you wanted to perhaps talk to them in return for an immunity agreement from prosecution?
I'm going to object. Calls for hearsay as to what the police asked.
Can you excuse the jury for a moment?
Okay, we're going to take a quick, they're taking a quick break. While we do that, we're going to take a quick break. I have been forgetting to do the commercial breaks for our sponsors. Sorry, sponsors. But look at this. This is my brain is temporary closed for coffee maintenance.
In progress. That's cute.
And since it's closed for coffee maintenance, I think we need to hear from our coffee sponsor. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, y'all. The Hitchman Homestead coffee is really fabulous coffee. Some of y'all, I don't know, is it who have y'all ordered? I know it's been ordered. But fabulous coffee. My friend from New Mexico took several boxes back with her. I need to send her some. Are you ready, Diane?
I be ready.
So it calls for a yes or no response.
The question is also inflammatory. And it would also indicate, again, the defendant has Fifth Amendment rights, and there was testimony about the police going to try to talk to him. So now that it's out, I would submit that it's fair game for me to ask him on cross-examination whether or not he willfully went to the police to tell him his side of the story, which he did not. So with regards to what the police asked him, I think is hearsay. I think the question can be posed without content in the question. We can rephrase it without any content in the question. If it's a yes or no answer, then clearly it's leading as well.
Your Honor, I could rephrase as whether or not he was ever offered such an opportunity.
Again, it
It
calls for,
certainly goes to his knowledge.
Okay, Attorney Smith could be walking down a slippery slope with that. Your client is subject to cross-examination. I don't know what the actions of the police department were at this point in time, but certainly it'll allow the state the opportunity to explore if in fact there was such communication or any questions or anything leading to such communication and or the decision. So
I understand. Again, I think that whether or not he was ever offered such an agreement is fair game as far as to ask the question. I don't intend to go any further into it beyond that. I am not aware of any offers being made to him to do so. To the extent that he was ever offered an opportunity to come down and speak with the police, I think that he can be asked about that.
I would also submit that the police department is not under the authority to offer him any type of agreement with regards to that. That comes from the state's attorney. So with regards to that, if he had a conversation with the state's attorney or this office, that would be the appropriate question. Outside of that, when the answer is no, then there's nothing further to explore.
okay, so I want to be very clear here. So we're dealing with, first of all, a right to remain silent potentially post Miranda.
Or you
We're
take it,
also
Diane.
dealing with an improper form of the question relative
Yes.
to who has the authority to provide an immunity agreement. Obviously, it would not be the police who would provide the agreement. So if it's relative to asking what the state police, what the state's attorney's offer, that's one thing. The attorney needs to be in the question and not the police. And perhaps that's the appropriate way to get around the Miranda right, because
I can make it more general.
we're talking about what the police questioned the defendant and what was said, and we don't have to get into whether or not the defendant was willing to invoke his right to remain silent or speak.
I can make it more general, Your Honor, and simply ask him whether or not he was ever offered the opportunity to sign or whether he was offered an immunity agreement. I can simply make it as
Well, really,
general as that.
The question is inflammatory. I think we need to lay some type of foundation to get there. The question needs to be posed, did you ever speak to the state's attorney with regards to this investigation? No, I did not. The inquiry ends there. It doesn't go any further about any immunity agreement or anything else. So the question is inflammatory. It's being posed to inflame the jury's senses at this point. I think there's got to be a foundation to even get there.
He's here to testify, Your Honor. And I could simply ask him, are you here testifying today under any immunity agreement?
That's leading. So that's a leading question. So I'm here
It's
testifying
not-
on my
it's
own
not,
behalf.
Because
That's
a
it.
leading question is a question that it suggests the
Correct.
answer. So if I were to say to you,
disagree.
you, sir, are not here today underneath an immunity agreement, are you?
It does call for yes, sir, but it's not leading with respect to the response being contained in the question. I will allow that question. The state's attorney is going to have an opportunity to cross-examine. However, the state's attorney should be very careful about approaching any type of.
But this is opening post Miranda inquiries now, because now the arrest warrant has been signed. He's entitled to Miranda warnings, and now we're being asked whether or not we're approaching him or he's approaching us for some immunity agreement post arrest.
And I will withdraw that question, Your Honor, with regard to the police officer. I will do that, and I'll do that in the jury's presence. But I do think that it's fair for me to ask him, sir, are you here today testifying under any immunity agreement? I don't see how that's
See,
unfair.
this cross-examination. If you offered one, you offered one.
Well, my concern now is if that is the question, I think it opens the door to any post Miranda question. That's all I'm saying. In other words, I should be.
Let me get that a little bit further. That you did offer an immunity agreement, because if you didn't, then it ends there.
There was no such conversation. It never was had. So if the conversation was had with this defendant, then it makes the subsequent question relevant. This question is not relevant. It's just, why are you here today? I'm here to testify. That's it. Has nothing to do with immunity.
think his incentive to be here and testify, and whether or not he's testifying under an immunity agreement is fair game. Other witnesses have been here, and we've asked them about this.
The jury can infer he's not under an immunity agreement because he's charged with homicide and 3 counts of assault. So really, the question is inflammatory. He's being prosecuted.
He wasn't charged with 5 lazy broke.
So
That, can we approach, please?
I'm surprised they're arguing all of this in front of the witness. I am shocked that they are doing this in front of the witness. I'm floored. I hope this my Rodecaster app has been down for the last 4 months. I hope this new update fixes it. Oh, hopefully I don't have to restart the computer. Yep, exactly. It can persuade his answer. Normally when they argue these things in front of him, it can persuade answers as far as what I've learned in my education. Didn't work. Yeah, they need a little timeout. Break. Yeah, they got rid of the jury at least. I'm liking this. This was my sister's top. And it's real, I mean, it's tighter here, but it's real blousy. Man, I could have worn that pregnant. That would have been cool, pregnant. It'll cover just about anything you're wearing.
So go
I
get
think this is what I'll leave in here from now on because it's real lightweight and go over anything.
well, just go get pregnant again.
The kitchen's been removed.
Oh,
Not just the oven, but the entire kitchen has been removed.
you mean, you know what? So you mean to tell me they took out all the pots and the pans and the stove, but they left the playpen?
Oh, well, yes. I don't know. Did they?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Ronnie, did you? Ronnie, you're bad.
What did Ronnie say? We want to be
Oh, Ronnie's been sending me some GIFs over here and just cracking my butt up, and I am not sharing. Oh,
well, why don't we look at the bingo card?
that's what I was just getting ready to do.
That's because great minds think alike.
I was just getting ready to pull it. There you go. What's wrong if they ask him if any deals have been offered? Because it can bias them against the state, because a lot of people believe when a plea deal is offered, then that indicates that the state does not believe they have enough or strong enough case to win. And so they're willing to plea bargain it out to get a sheer conviction. That's how a lot of people believe. Okay.
Okay. We have, that you don't have, knife and a wall of people. And
Tell me what I'm missing.
I don't recall. Objection. How many people approach you? Tyler Rich.
Hold on. You're reading all of them.
No, well, I'm reading you what they've said.
Hold on. Break it down. Time to break motorcycle helmet side by side. At that point, live surrounded us and me. He did say that. Objection. Square off. Didn't he say pushed?
Yes.
He pushed the other guy.
Yes. And he did say
The text
surrounded-
conversation.
Yeah. And let's see, surrounded us. Exhibit. He said exhibit a lot.
I don't see exhibit.
Well, on mine it's up here. It is in there. Yeah, you've already got it crossed.
I already got it. Okay, they're back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you got some that I don't
Stay back.
have. All right.
Oh, they love your voice, by the way. They told me to let you read them.
Read what?
I don't know. Oh, Mark. Bring the jury.
Bring them in.
They bring the jury.
How about that? Yes and no? No, no.
Bingo! Tinkatude got the first bingo. Congratulations, Tinkatude. You beat Erin. Oh, Erin's not here. Where's Miss Erin? I haven't seen you. Did you leave?
Last question is withdrawn. Mr. Valle, you're here today testifying voluntarily.
Yes.
No promises, threats, anything like that have been made against you.
No. Are you asking if I was offered?
Objection. I said it be stricken.
But anything after yes, no.
Hence why he should not have been in that argument. Now he's confused.
The answer is going to be stricken from evidence. All right, it's non-responsive. Thank you.
Had you ever seen Jack Snyder's knife before that night?
No.
Have you ever seen Jack Snyder's knife since that night?
No.
Had you ever used a knife as a weapon before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Ryan Hines before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Faison Teele before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Tommy Connery before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Jimmy McGrath before that night?
No.
You told us before that you knew some of the folks at that party on social. Do you remember telling us that?
I believe so, yes.
What in the world does that mean to know somebody on social?
On social gatherings, like parties, on social media, just that kind of thing.
Even these folks that you say you knew on social, did you feel like you knew them well?
No.
Did you want to kill any of those kids?
No.
Did you want to hurt any of those kids?
No.
What did you want to do when you were down there on that ground and all those fists were punching you and those legs were kicking you?
Get them away from me.
Why did you use that knife that Jack Snyder gave you?
I'm going to object. This is asked and answered at this point.
All right.
Felt like the only thing that was gonna help me get out of that situation.
Self-defense, dude.
Thank you, Mr. Valle.
Self-defense.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to move into our recess. So we will have our morning 15-minute recess and then we'll come back to the group.
Okay, so we were in the 15-minute morning recess. I have a few things that I wanted to share with you. This is about 15, so we're going to watch this. This is about Brian Kohlberger. For those of you who did not
He is the father of
come live with me yesterday, I did do a special live about Brian Kohlberger. We're just going to listen and watch captioning here.
Haley Gonzalez. His
Giving
attorney
our
is Shannon Gray, who
interpreters
has
hands
stood by
arrested.
him steadfast from the beginning. Steve, you know, I don't know what to say. You're the first
This is the father to one of the victims, the girl.
person I thought of when I heard this news today.
Both
I
mothers.
reached out to you right away.
People.
First to tell you how sorry I was, because I know how this is landing. At least I think I do. But I wanted you to have your say. I wanted you to be able to say out loud for everyone to hear what this means to you and your family.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. The failure is at the court level, 100%.
Donuts.
But the men and the boots on the ground and the women that were out there working, I want to honor everything that they did for our children, 100%. The fault is in leadership and the people that you place this evidence upon. They were weak. They decided to play God and decide what this man's decision should be, and not a jury, not a peers, not his peers. They, so that's where we are today.
Walk me through what happened. Brian Enton, did some really great reporting at the top of this show here, but tell me from your perspective how the last 3 days have played out.
I would say ever since Hitler's demanded an independent investigation, they couldn't get away from this case fast enough. They've done everything to make this case go away. So I don't know what that entails, but he said he was going to have an independent investigator, and all of a sudden we seemed like we were on rails to get rid of this case and make a plea deal. I mean, he's guilty. We all know he's guilty. There's more than enough evidence, but it's tough. It's tough to put a community through this, and it could be bad for...
Don't you have to leave? What time, Diane?
12:30.
Your time? That's 11:30 my time.
Yeah. Who died?
Remember the 4 college students that Kohlberger stabbed and unalived in their home off of the campus a couple years back? Okay, that's a no.
Yeah, no. Oh, that's sad.
Reputations and business identities, and there's fallout. But this isn't the will of the victims. This is just one person making a decision, and it doesn't reflect what we were asking for.
Steve, did anybody ever call you from the prosecutor's office to just personally discuss this with you? Did anybody offer to meet with you in person to go over this potential plan?
We have meetings all the time on particularly a lot of times on Friday. No. We had this regular meeting that we have to try basically do an update of what's going on, where things are at, because Idaho is actually an amazing state where it really does care about people. We just get one or two, people who just don't care about the victims and don't care about justice. And it's easy to take the weight out. It's easy to make an excuse and say, I'm doing this for the victims, even though I've never interviewed the victims. I've never really talked to them to find out what their true feelings are. So here we are. We're stuck and we can't get out of it. I ask your audience if anybody knows Judge Hitler, reach out to him and ask him to put his foot down and not accept this offer. It doesn't reflect anything in Idaho. This is not justice. We had an outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep while they're getting a college education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold him accountable. No plea deal. Let's go for this guy. 100%. Let's do it. And that's how this family stands.
Steve, I know that, it's no secret your daughter Kaylee was so close with Maddie Mogan, best of friends. And I know that you got to know the Mogan family as well. Have you spoken with the Mogan family, and do you know what their reaction is to this plea decision? We
actually just had a meeting with the prosecution and just tore into it and made it clear that we were not in support of this, but we also invited other families into that, and I'll let them speak on their own that were part of that meeting, but we are in no way alone on this. Multiple families believe the same as we do, but I want to honor their abilities to speak independently and as their child. So I don't want to cross that line, but all I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all. And if they're not working for us, they're working against us, guys. I mean, we have to wake up to this. I mean, we have to hold people accountable. Coeur d'Alene just had a shooting where we attacked our firemen. People need to stand up to these monsters and stop freaking bowing down to them and giving them childcare. I mean, prison is nothing but adult childcare. You get free vision, you get free dental, you get free meals, you get AC, room and board, cable TV, internet access. It's ridiculous what we give our prisoners. Better than what we treat our vets. Our vets coming back from war with missing limbs. This is unacceptable.
Shannon Gray, I'm going to ask you to step in as well. Judge Hippler, Steve just mentioned Judge Hippler in this case. I have to ask you as a matter of law, would Judge Hippler have been fully integrated into this deal plan? Meaning, this is not a surprise to Judge Hippler. Is he going to have to weigh this and then rule from the bench as to whether he'll accept it or not? Or is it a fait accompli by the time they get this far down the road that the judge will accept it?
Well, I think a few weeks ago, Judge Hippler, talked about had there been an offer at all on this case. I think he mentioned it in the courtroom, and maybe that sparked something with the defense and the prosecution. I'm not sure. That being said, with a plea like this, it's with the life sentences and it's agreed upon by the state and the defense. There's small modifications sometimes that they can make to the sentencing regarding, restitution, some other things like that. But if the state presents sufficient facts to the judge or a plea of guilty to the counts, normally judges will accept that, and they'll let the defense know if they're not going to accept that ahead of time. So I would suspect that the plea will go through on Wednesday, and then they'll set over sentencing for a few weeks, and so the victims can be present to read victims' impact statements, etc. So,
Steve, I covered a case where the defendant was so overwhelmingly guilty according to the evidence, and it was a death penalty case in Arizona, and that jury voted guilty, and they did not vote for death penalty. So that defendant, Jodi Arias, sits in a prison in Arizona as we speak, and she had multiple access to appeals. I wonder if there's any solace at all in knowing that this can't happen to him at this point. There can be no appeal. There can be not one squeak from Brian Kohberger after he accepts that sentence at the end of this month, unlike what happened in Arizona, where there is always a chance the jury does not choose death. Is there any solace in the fact that you will at least have him silenced and there will be no appeals?
Absolutely zero. None. Could be no farther than how we believe. I want my community support. I want that jury to make the decision, not Thompson, not some old man who's 70 freaking years old deciding how my daughter's life weighs in a courtroom. That is not justice. That is not justice at all. I'll take my juries, I'll take my peers all day long. I'm sick of one man deciding or one woman deciding what a life's worth. So that's how I stand on that.
I fully understand how you feel. And none of us can understand what you're going through. None of us is walking in your shoes. And I'm just glad to give you this platform to be able to say these things publicly. And I'm also glad that you got the support of Shannon Gray, who's just been a rock for you. Thank you to the both of you. Steve, please give Christy and your kids our love. We will still be here. We'll be here Wednesday. We'll be here at the end of the month, and we'll be here for you after that as well.
Well, thank you. And you've always been a hard worker, and that's why we've always tried to partner with people who put that extra effort. But we couldn't pick the prosecution. We inherited them. But everywhere we go, we partner with people like you who are relentless and tireless, and they just chase down the truth. And I really appreciate that's what you brought to our case. And when people reach out to me, I'll tell them, that this is a network that you can partner with and understand that they'll be there to the very end.
God bless you, Steve. I think we just lost Shannon, but I'm sending you my my deepest love and wishes for some peace in all of this, and we'll talk soon.
That is all any of us can do. The families in this really go through a whole hell of a lot when, you know, there's so much evidence to support a verdict that they themselves believe they should have, like the DP. We can't say the word, so we use DP. Someone asked me, why don't you just say it? Well, we're not allowed to. YouTube rules. So, anyway, but what?
When I have a smidgen of understanding what this man is talking about, because when Mary was in college, she was in an all girl dorm, and she was having her shower one morning, and she had a later class, and so everything's fine. She's having her shower. She hears the bathroom door open. She doesn't think a whole lot about it. And then she's in the middle of her shower, and all of a sudden she thinks, wait a minute, everybody on my floor is gone to class. She doesn't hear the water running in the sink. She doesn't hear anything. And she goes, who's there? Nothing. And she goes, who's there? Nothing. And all of a sudden, her shower curtain rips back, and there's a man standing there. And probably, 28, 29, early 30s. And she lets out a whoop and a scream like you wouldn't believe. And I don't think he expected that, because he turned tail and he run. And I tell you what, when she told me what happened, and the school told me first, I tell you what, you've never seen this mama as livid as I was, because this is supposed to be a college, you know, where they're safe and they're, you know, all of this stuff, and yet the doors weren't locked. I was like, and this is the only girl I have. So it's like, yeah, I see where this man goes. I don't want one man determining the fate. I would prefer a jury of my peers to decide what happens to this person.
And you've had a family member unalive, didn't you?
Yes, I did. My brother.
So
was
you,
alive.
your brother. So you've got it on both ends, and
Yeah.
I kind of get where he's coming from. I do, but at the same time, you've got a lot of people believe he's innocent, and you've got a lot of people believing that he's being framed. And can you trust a jury? Look at Karen Reed. Even though they finally, I believe, got it right, but you never know what they're going to do, and what if there's any remote chance of this guy ever getting out. I don't know. What do you?
I don't know if
You're damned if you do and damned if you don't in this situation in general.
and
Because nothing ever is going to make this better, because she's not coming back.
Yeah.
I'll ask Mr. Valle to please retake his
we're back.
position in the stand.
we're back. We're back.
Oh yeah, I got to interpret.
Remain under the obligations of your oath, okay?
We got to interpret, Diane.
Yes, we do.
We do have a deaf person watching until 11 my time, and they got to go back to work.
Oh,
I think they're watching on Twitter. X.
yeah, Twitter's X now.
Can you bring the jury?
Stipulation to return of all of our jurors.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Durso, if you'd like to cross-examine.
Man, this microphone stink. That air conditioner. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I feel it in my ears. I can't hear it, but I feel it. Vroom, 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 vroom.
Vibrates your ears.
May 14th of 2022, you go to Lazy Brook Road for a party at Madigan Lifer's house, correct?
Yes.
That's you to the right there in the Ole Miss football shirt,
Yes.
the light blue shirt,
Yes.
and black pants with the helmet on, right?
Yes.
That's you. You said that you got there around
Oh
what
my
time?
gosh.
I want to say around 9 or 10.
9 or 10. You were there for, you testified on direct examination. You were there for about an hour and a half, correct?
Yeah.
People arrived at some point after an hour and a half, correct?
Yeah.
Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik, you didn't know them, right?
No.
But those are the two that showed up at Lazy Brook Road at that point, right? Yeah. And when they got to Lazy Brook Road, Jack, Tyler, and yourself confronted those two, right?
When I first got there, no.
Because Madigan Lifer didn't want anybody else in her house. So you were under the assumption that if they left, you guys could stay, right?
No, she asked everybody by the door.
I'm gonna move to strike as non-responsive as to what Madigan Lifer said.
Court is going to sustain the objection. I am going to.
I
go
can't
ahead
hear
and
well
say
enough, Diane. You're going to have to take
after
it.
The response, no, as unresponsive. And
This air conditioning is I
So at
can't.
some point in time, let me ask you this: how long was Ryan and Griffin at Lazy Brook before you, Jack, and Tyler got involved with them?
I want to say a couple of minutes.
A couple minutes, right? So they show up. Ryan walks down with this beer in his hand, right? And at some point, you talk to Ryan and Griffin with Jack and Tyler, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you say to them, "You can come in if you give me some beer," right?
I was the only one who said that.
You're the only one that said that.
Yes.
And Jack and Ryan gave you a beer, right?
He did not.
And at some point in time, it got heated between the three of you and Griffin and Ryan, right?
Just between Jack and Ryan.
And at some point in time, that went outside, right?
Yes.
So within the span of a few minutes, it went from giving.
Breaking news. We have a death of Jimmy Swaggart, televangelist, whose ministry was topped by a prostitution scandal, has died at 90 years of age. His death was announced Tuesday on Facebook. Cause wasn't immediately given, though Swaggart had been in ill health. The Louisiana native had been known for being captivating Pentecostal preacher with a massive following before being caught on camera with a woman who sells herself for pleasure in New Orleans in 1988. One of the string of successful TV preachers brought down in the 80s and 90s by scandals. He continued preaching for decades, but with a reduced audience.
Yeah, I meant to tell you that this morning and I forgot. Sorry.
Thank you, June.
Yeah. He died.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me a beer to going outside into the driveway, right?
Yes.
And out in the driveway, there was a group of people surrounding the area, right, from the party,
Scattered, yes.
right? And you said that
Motorcycle, him at bingo card.
There were about 30 people at this party. You remember saying that?
Inside, I think there was more.
Okay, so there was 30
At
people
that point,
inside, and then there was maybe 20 outside.
No, there was probably like 10 people
So there
outside,
was only 10 people outside. 10 people including you, or 10 people excluding you?
including me.
Okay, and who was outside?
At the time, I didn't really like look at faces.
Right, you weren't paying attention, right?
Yeah.
You just kind of scanned the area and you said, "Oh, there's about 10 people here," right?
No, I didn't really look around to see
So
how
you
many.
have no clue who was outside then at that point. That's what you're telling us?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know if there were girls outside or boys outside at that point, right?
No.
You just know that there were bodies. You weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
And when you go outside, at some point there's an argument going on between Ryan and Jack, right?
Yeah.
And you're witnessing it.
Yeah.
And you're outside, in fact, with this helmet on at the time, are you not?
Yes.
And when you're outside and you're looking at this argument that is going on between Jack and Ryan, at some point in time they square up, right?
Yes.
And they square up because they're going to fight for the beer, right? Jack had taken the beer from him at that point,
We're off.
Yeah.
right? And he wanted his beer back. Ryan wanted his beer back.
Yes.
And when they square up, Ryan's standing squared up to Jack. Jack's across from Ryan, right?
Yes.
And to Jack's back left is Tyler De Silva, correct?
Yes.
And behind Ryan is you, right?
Off to the side. Yeah.
Right? And you're wearing that helmet at that point, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination. They squared off. Hines stepped on my foot and I pushed him. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You pushed him.
Yes.
I want to show you States Exhibits 58.
Kidding.
By the way, Yana, I understand you want that. Okay, everybody, this thumbnail. My brain is temporarily closed for coffee maintenance, but on the donkey sign it says coffee maintenance, like ranch, main ranch in progress. It's maintenance is how it's said in Texas. Maintenance. Maintenance. That's it. Maintenance. That's how some Texas people say it. It's closed due to maintenance. So that is misspelled. You're correct, but it's spelled the way some of these Southern people talk.
They says it. They say
I've been told I needed to correct it. Well, I can't. It's not my work. I stole the work.
you was a thief. You was a thief.
Okay, there we go. Oh,
Yep.
Ronnie, go look in your chat. Everybody's bingo, 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 bingo. Yana, nice try. No, maintenance. That's what it is.
No,
I don't do that. I can do the East Texas draw. I can't
Stop
do
right
the
there.
West.
So this is
Can't do
this
West
person right
Texas
here
very
to the
well.
left in the blue shirt. Who's that?
Tyler De Silva.
Can I get this?
It's spelled right on the
So this
bottom.
person right here is who? And
Tyler De Silva.
this person in the red is who?
Jack Snyder.
So right now you're behind. We
go
can't see
to
you, but you're
Discord.
right behind
Ronnie to Discord.
Ryan Hines, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Can you play this? Stop. Is that you pushing Ryan Hines in the head?
That's me pushing Ryan Hines. Yes.
So that right there, that's a push, not a punch. That's what you're testing. That's what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe, that was a push, not a punch.
Yes, I remember pushing him.
Can you play the fast version, please?
It's Texas. We speak off all the time. And everything has a double or triple syllable. Just like Southern Carolina.
Oh yeah, yes. I know.
Oh, yes.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Can you shut the volume on?
You sweet little poor thing.
I know. Bless your heart.
If you hear bless your heart, you know there's an insult to coming.
Better believe it.
Or it just did.
So right there, what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe is that you just pushed Ryan in his head, not punched him. That's what you're telling them.
I'm saying that I remember pushing him.
But the video would contradict what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe at this point, correct?
I remember pushing him.
But the video, that's not responsive to my question. The video does not corroborate what you just told these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, correct?
I just remember pushing him.
Non-responsive. Did you push him in the head or did you punch him in the head? You remember pushing him, but does the video show you pushing or punching him? That's my question.
I pushed him.
What does the video show?
Me pushing him?
So you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe that what just happened there is a push, not a punch, correct?
Yes.
You two girls
And
need
you also
to
told these ladies and gentlemen of the jury at some point during this fight, you go over and you try to get Ryan off of Jack, right? Is it Jack? Because at that point, the fight was on, and Ryan tackles Jack, right?
Yes.
And your testimony was that at some point, Tyler De Silva
Hey,
gets in
Aaron,
and
you're
does
true.
the same thing, right?
Yes.
That's what you remember, right?
Yes.
But isn't it true that Tyler jumps in and also punches Ryan when he's on the ground?
I think so. I don't remember that happening.
Isn't it also true that at some point in time, towards the end of this fight, you use the helmet that's on your head and you slam it into Ryan's head?
That's not true. No,
That's not true. Is that not what you remember? Or is that what you're saying is that the video is false?
I never did that.
You never did that. Okay. So let's play the rest of this video and then we'll go to the slow-mo.
He is going. This guy is going for bear.
That's you right there in the helmet back there, right? We'll wind it a tick. Go on.
Where's did he go?
Stop. That's you right there, right?
Yes.
You have a helmet on, right?
I had the helmet on a lot at the time.
Play. Okay. Now we'll play
I can't see it.
Now you just saw the helmet slam down on Ryan, right? And you heard the crack of the helmet on Ryan's head?
I didn't slam the helmet down on him at all.
So you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe that you did not slam the helmet into Ryan's head when he was on the ground.
Yes.
Is that what you remember, or are you saying the video is false?
I don't really see that in the video.
Okay, let's play the slow-mo version.
I need it bigger. I'm old. I can't see it. I have
So
found
here's
the
the punch,
best
or
lip balm
what
I've
you're
ever
saying is
had in my
bullshit.
life.
What is it?
There you are here with the helmet, right?
We can't see nothing.
And here's you right in here. Ready? Slam. That's you right there, slamming the helmet into Ryan's head, right?
I never slammed him with the helmet.
Okay, so the video's alive. That's what you're saying. So counsel asked you before if you ever had carried a weapon before May 14th of 2022. Isn't it true that you used the helmet as a weapon at Lazy Brook that night?
No.
At some point in time,
I don't know. How do you feel, Tank?
But that's about 15, 20 minutes after this fight is over.
Yeah.
And after that, after you guys are kicked out, you
This
get
is
into
true.
Jack's car, the Honda Pilot,
Yes.
and you had no idea what you were going to do, so you guys were driving over to Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
And when you were driving over to Trumbull High School, isn't it true that during that ride, you were laughing and joking about how you just got into a fight and hurt Ryan Hines?
No.
You never said that?
Hmm.
And as you're going over to Trumbull High School, it's you in the back seat behind Jack, right?
Yeah.
Jack's driving.
Yes.
Tyler's in the front seat.
Yes.
In the middle seat is who? Will Sinjwald, correct?
Yes.
And to the right of him is Keenan Frasick.
Yes.
Mackenzie's on your lap.
Yes.
And Dimitri's in the back.
Yes.
And when you're driving over there, you indicated on direct examination you had your phone on you at that point, right? As a matter of fact, you had your phone all night, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you're added to a group chat, right?
Yes.
When you go over to Trumbull High School, had the group chat already started before you get to Trumbull High School?
I believe so. Yes.
Right. So you knew that because you were already added, right?
Can't remember if I got added when we got to Trumbull or on the way there.
Isn't it true that Anthony Greco added you at 11:10 p.m. on Saturday, May 14th, 2022 to the group chat?
Good point, Aaron. That's a real good
I
point.
can't remember, but yeah,
Well, who's Anthony Greco? You know Anthony Greco, right?
football
Play
team.
football. You went to St. Joe's with you, right?
Yes.
He was at Lazy Brook that night at some point. Did you see him at Lazy Brook?
No, I don't remember seeing him.
But he added you to this chat nevertheless, right?
Yes,
And that was at about 11:10 p.m.
I guess so. Yeah.
And you indicated on direct examination, you were on your phone, checking the text group messages. You're talking to Will Singewald next to you, and you're talking to Mackenzie, right?
Yes.
And while you were doing all those things, you also had an opportunity to see that Jack was on his phone also, right?
Yes.
And you saw that Tyler was on his phone, right?
Yeah.
And when you get to Trumbull High School, how long are you there for? About 20 minutes?
I can't remember exactly how long we were there for.
When you get to Trumbull High School, you have a conversation with Jack and Tyler about fighting these kids at Trumbull High School, correct?
Oh, never.
Isn't it true that you were in the group chat telling kids to come show up to Trumbull High School to fight?
Are you leaving?
Yes. I remember telling them to come to Trumbull High.
Right. Because you
What? What, babe?
A bingo, the bingo.
Oh, I thought it was
in the
important.
group chat, you're saying Trumbull High, slide. Right now, RN, right now, Trumbull High, slide, right?
Yes.
Because at that point, you wanted to meet those kids to fight, right?
No, we were about to be leaving Trumbull, and at the time I thought it would be funny.
So you wanted to meet those kids at Trumbull High School to fight, right?
No.
So at some point in time, you leave Trumbull High School,
Yes.
and before you leave Trumbull High School, you're again asking them, Trumbull High, slide, right? Slide means come here.
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you're in the group chat and you realize that the other kids are talking about an address, right? They said, drop the ad, we're going to drop the Addy, right? Does that mean address?
You're saying the other kids were saying that?
Yeah, people were
Yeah.
talking about giving you an address. Someone was saying, we'll drop the Addy, right? You remember hearing that, seeing that in the group chat?
No, I remember just seeing the address.
Okay. Do you recall when someone indicated that we dropped the Addy, you said send it in the group chat?
No, I don't remember that.
May approach the witness, Your Honor. But looking at the document, help to refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
That's you, right? Is your memory refreshed?
It says my name, but I don't see the number.
Somebody else have your phone that night?
I don't
Somebody
remember.
else you know named Lito?
I don't remember now.
No. So do you recall asking for the address in the group chat that says send it?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
Are you saying that this is not you in the group chat?
It says my name, but there's no number.
Okay. Again, at some point in time later in the group chat, you say Laurel Glenn, correct?
No.
You don't? May approach the witness. Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure, yeah.
Lito, does that refresh your recollection?
Again, it says my name, but not my number.
So let me ask you this, Mr.
Did it refresh your recollection, yes or
No?
no?
So let me ask you this. You recall being added to the group chat by Anthony Greco at 11:10 p.m. on May 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You recall that.
Yes.
And you also recall telling the kids to slide to Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall whether or not your name was Lito in the group chat?
When you join a group chat, it's just your number.
It's just your number. But if somebody has your name in their phone, it would say your name, correct?
Pretty sure it would still be just a number.
But would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection as to whether or not you told people to slide over to Trumbull?
No, I knew I said that.
You knew you said that, right? So if we had a group chat with your name on it, and that is corroborated in here that you told them to slide, wouldn't it also be true that if your name is in this group chat subsequent and you told them to drop the address, send it, that would also be you? Or is there two Litos that you know of?
Can't see the number. It just says my name.
Right. So wouldn't it stand to reason that Lito is you in the group chat?
I guess so, yeah.
You just don't recall saying these things, right? That's your testimony today,
I only ever remember saying the Trumbull High thing.
right? You don't recall asking them to send their
See,
address.
if you
to
notice,
Laurel Glen.
listen to the language here. I'm listening to some language. My mind, I'm not looking straight at you because I'm trying to take care of business at the same time, but let's listen to the language. The lawyers are all saying recall, recall, recall. He's saying, I don't remember. Versus all the other witnesses who I don't recall, I don't recall on the state side. That lawyer prepped the hell out of those kids. And this kid, I'm believing more of his testimony, not necessarily all of it, than I do the others, because just listen to the language. It seems more genuine and not so prepped.
That's what your testimony is, right?
I wrote.
And you don't
Wrote,
recall
thank you.
reiterating the address that was sent. Laurel Glen. You say Laurel Glen, right? You actually say it twice in the group chat, but you don't recall that, right?
No.
That's your testimony today?
Yes.
And then at some point in time, you make your way from Trumbull High School over to 43 Laurel Glen, which is Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
You didn't know it at the time, but that's Tyler Rich's house. You've met Tyler Rich before?
Yes.
Where have you met him before?
Parties.
What kind of parties?
High school parties.
Have you ever been to high school parties in the Berries? You know where the Berries are in Shelton?
No.
No, you don't? You ever recall going to a party on Mulberry, Strawberry, Edelberry, any type of street with a Berry last name in Shelton? You ever recall seeing Ricky Fiola at those parties?
Yeah, I've been to parties in Shelton.
Right. And you ever recall seeing Matt Lockovich at those parties?
Yes.
Yeah, you've met him before, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you've had a fight with Matt Lockovich a week before this incident, correct? At one of those parties?
No, never.
So you drive over from Trumbull High School, and you indicate a couple cars were there when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Can you repeat that?
When you drove over from Trumbull High School and you got to 43 Laurel Glen, you indicated on direct examination there were a couple of cars there, right?
Yeah.
We pulled up and saw girls from St. Joe's High School. Oh, I'm sorry, withdrawn. You indicated that when you got there, you saw other cars parked in the street, right?
Yes.
And there wasn't that many people outside at first, right? I noticed a few kids, right? Isn't that what you said on direct examination?
Yeah, not that I could see at first.
And at some point, people came out of the house, right?
Like everyone came out of the house.
Right. And people came out of the house because you texted them in the group chat, we here, right?
Ronnie,
Recall doing that?
Discord.
Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
And approach the witness, Your Honor. You remember refreshed?
That's a point.
Yeah, I never said that.
So somebody else had your phone at that point.
No, again, it says my name, but not my number.
So there's another person named Lito in the group chat.
Anybody can name anybody they want in the group chat.
But you would agree with me that in the group chat, it says, from Lito, we here, right?
It just says Lido.
And then it says, we here, right?
Yes.
So at that point in time, people come out of the house, right?
Yes.
And when the people come out of the house, what time of night would you say it was when people came out of the house when you were in front of 43 Laurel Glen?
I can't remember.
You don't remember, but it was dark out.
Yeah.
It was late,
Yes.
clearly after 11, right?
Yes.
Probably sometime before 11:30-ish.
I don't know.
You don't recall?
No.
And you indicated that you saw people come out and there were about 30 people that came out at that point, right?
That I could see, yeah, but I know there was more.
You knew there were more. How did you know there were more?
There was people behind those 30 people.
There was people behind the 30 people. So you counted each and every one of those people that came outside?
No, it's just an estimate.
It's just an estimate, right? So there could have been 20, right?
Oh, you changed your thing, Tinkitude.
It looked like way more than 20 people.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
So at some point in time, you indicate that Snyder stopped his car, saw a yard and kids coming out to the car, right?
Yes.
And by the way, at some point in time, you leave the chat at like 11:32 p.m. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, that was before we arrived at the house.
Before you arrived at the house. So you left the chat, according to the chat, Lita left the conversation. You recall that happened?
Yes.
Okay. So you recall getting in the conversation, you recall getting out of the conversation. You only recall a few things that you said, but you think the other person named Lito in the conversation could be somebody else.
I remember why I left.
That mischaracterizes the testimony. He is not.
Yeah,
saying
it
there was
is.
Another person named Lito in the group chat.
So you recall saying some things in the chat, you just don't recall saying everything in the chat.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement of your testimony?
I only ever said the things about Trumbull High School.
Okay, so the other things that are in the chat, that would be inaccurate, according to you.
Yes.
Okay. So you were going over there to fight, correct?
No.
And when you got there, kids surrounded the car, right?
Don't worry, y'all. His attorney will clean this up.
Yes.
And you indicated that on direct examination, there were rows of people, 10, then maybe 30, right?
Yes.
Jack was talking, Tyler was talking because kids had approached the car at that point.
Yes.
You indicated kids you knew were there because you texted them in the group chat, right?
Never said that.
You said that on direct examination, right?
No. I said my window was up when all the kids came. When I recognized a few people, I put my window down.
And who did you recognize?
Ricky Fiola, Nikki DeJesus, and Aiden King.
So you spoke to Aiden King when he came next to the car at that point, right?
I spoke to all three of them.
Right. And you told Aiden King at some point when it got aggressive that tell your friends to get away from the car. I'm going to break a bottle over somebody's head.
No, I never said that.
And there were a few kids shouting at Jack at some point, right?
Yes.
And it became aggressive, according to you?
Yes.
But at first it was a peaceful conversation, right? According to you? Peaceful?
Mine was,
And it
yes.
got aggressive?
Yes.
But you didn't see anybody throw anything at that point, right?
No.
And then you indicated on direct examination you couldn't see anybody outside. So you only saw the three people you knew, Aiden, Ricky, and who was the third?
Nikki DeJesus.
So Nikki, Aiden, and Ricky you saw. That's it.
Yes.
You couldn't hear any threats, right?
I heard them screaming, but
But you couldn't hear any threats, right?
I couldn't make out what they were saying.
And at some point you indicated on direct examination people were hitting the car on all sides, right?
Yeah, before that happened, somebody punched Jack in the face.
I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive.
Sustained. Court's going to strike the witness's response after, yeah. Okay, so the rest of that response, please strike from your notebooks. You took notes on it. It's not to be considered evidence. Okay.
So you indicated on direct examination people hitting the car on all sides, correct?
Yes.
And all I heard was banging, right?
Yes.
Didn't hear glass shattering, right?
No, I don't think so.
And the car began.
There's my sound. Can you hear me now? I'm a hoe. He's doing the same thing the defense attorney did to the state's witness. Well, yep.
To rock, right?
Yes.
You indicated on direct examination you were panicking, right?
Yes.
This was never like anything you've been through before, right? This was scary, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you couldn't get out, right? You said that on direct
There was no way to get out, no.
because there were so many people, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you thought to yourself, this is not a good idea, right? To be here.
I just remember being scared. My girlfriend was crying. And I remember telling Jack to drive.
To drive, right? So Jack drove down the street, right?
Yes.
And when Jack drove down the street, at some point he stopped, right?
Yes.
At some point, was Jack driving up and down the street? You remember Jack driving up and down the street?
I don't remember that, no.
You don't remember that? Could have happened, but you don't remember?
Yeah, no, I don't remember that.
You don't remember. But at some point in time, he drives down the street, right?
Button.
State's Exhibit 1, you indicate that Jack drives down the street and at some point stops in front of the house near where.
Can you shut my door,
previously
please?
Identified it as 36 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes.
And it's at that moment that that Mackenzie gets out of the car
Yes.
and she's walking away.
Yes.
And then you get out of the car at some point, right?
Yes. Right after.
While you're getting out of the car, you're pissed off and you say, holy shit, they really fucked up your car, Jack. Give me the knife. Where's the knife? Give me the knife, right?
No. Immediately after I got out, or Mackenzie got out.
A move to strike is non-responsive. Everything after no.
Court is going to go ahead and strike.
Whoa.
Has indicated the word no. Please discard that from your notes. Thank you.
Now, you get out of the car with the knife, correct? At this point?
No.
Because according to you, on direct examination, Jack gave you the knife when you got out of the car at that point, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you did get out of the car with the knife at this point, right? When
I was
Jack-
not-
Objection, Your Honor. That mischaracterizes the testimony. He did not testify that he got out of with the knife.
So the witness indicated yes. I'm going to go back to the last question. I'm going to hear the last question again.
So Jack gave you the knife when you got out of the car, correct?
I was already outside of the car. Yes.
And he gave you the knife at that point, right?
Yes.
And he gave you the knife when you got out of the car, at that point when the car initially stopped, right? Car stops, you get out, you get the knife, right?
Yes.
So you're in possession of the knife when you initially get out of the car on May 14th of 2022, right?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that mischaracterizes the testimony.
Yes, sustained.
When you get out of the car stops in front of 36 Laurel Glen. You get out of the car, right?
After Mackenzie. Yes.
Mackenzie's walking down the street, right?
Yes.
And when you're out of the car, Jack gives you the knife, right?
Tosses it at me. Yes.
Right. And at some point after that, Tyler DeSilva gets out of the car and walks around the car towards you, right?
No. Tyler DeSilva was already next to me when that happened.
So it's your testimony that Tyler was next to you when Jack throws you the knife. That's your testimony.
As I remember it. Yeah.
I'm going to show you states 44 here.
That's right. They were not, because it would not, it's nice to see what the prosecution put forward with their witnesses and what they're pulling out now. It's a game. It's a game of chess. And that's how he's playing. Right. That is true, Yana. There's a difference between saying you didn't say something and saying you don't remember saying something, though. This chat group happened years ago in the heat of a moment, and that is very true. And I agree. I think it's more believable to remember saying some things and not others. Exactly. Especially this far out in the heat of the moment. And I've always said, I had a friend who was in a car wreck, and they won when the victim sued them. He was a motorcyclist, and she pulled into an intersection, but the motorcyclist was speeding, and it wasn't that she did not see him. She couldn't, because he was in a blind spot. So you got cars lined up this way on the right lane closest to you, and she's going to turn in a two lane turning, two lane. And she had a yield and she was going to turn. Well, the motorcycle was speeding and these cars were blocking her view, and she couldn't see him. And she didn't get a ticket or anything. They called it an accident. They didn't blame her. It was a no fault, but he sued her because he had severe injuries. And luckily she won, because the comment she made was, it's not that I didn't see him. I couldn't see him. He was moving extremely fast. He was low on a bike, and he was in a left-hand lane when the cars were lined up in the right. So it is very important how you say things, vitally important in cases how you say things. So saying I don't remember versus saying I didn't say it goes a long way. Case in point, if you're ever in court and somebody asks if you remembered something and you don't say you didn't say it, just say I can't remember. Easier to, more believable. Right, Diane? Nope. Yep. Nah.
This is states 44. This person right here, standing right here with the dark pants and the shirt, is that you? Can you see where I'm pointing? Is that you out of the car?
Yes.
So you're in front of the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, we see Tyler De Silva get out of the car and walk next to you, right?
Yes.
So your testimony is as Jack's driving up the street, he tosses you the knife at this point?
Yes. And you can see
I would.
at one point he stopped.
Everything after yes.
Nope.
Yes or no, yes or-
See, I find it interesting.
Strike everything out.
It's this guy is using that strike everything after yes. He is using it. I wish they would have used this more in the Karen Reed trial. Because when it's a yes and no question, yes and no is all that's required. A lot of attorneys do not use this enough.
After yes, ladies and gentlemen, the jury.
He's almost abusing it.
So please make notation accordingly.
And by the way, when Jack gives you the knife, do you catch it? Does
No.
it fall?
It fell.
It fell. Okay.
Yes.
Play.
I got to get ice on break. We have no ice. And there's a restaurant next door. I'll go get ice. Warm, bitter drink. Cherry lemonade.
That's
What,
when it
love?
falls.
That will.
Stop.
That'll perk you up. Anybody want any? You want me to kiss you? Give me some lime lemonade. I'll poke her up. Okay, Diane. It's 12:19. What time do you get off?
12:30.
Might as well let you off now.
All right, love. I see. I got bingos. Oh, I got another bingo. Woo!
Put your bingos in before you disconnect.
Get it.
Love you. Maybe we'll see you later.
We may.
Uh-oh. Didn't mean to cut her off. Yeah, our deaf person's not
So-
watching right now, so we're good.
Thank you.
I'll pick it up if I
So
need
we didn't
to.
see you bend down to pick anything up, correct?
I bent down to pick it up when I
You
was.
gotta strike everything after, no.
Court is calling this tray. The witness's response after no.
So at this point in time, in states 44, you're in possession of the knife at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Stop. Now, these are
I
the
agree
kids from
100%, Aaron.
43 Laurel Glen that just ran down towards you, right?
Yes.
When they came down the street, did they have any weapons on them?
I didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
But you didn't see any weapons, right?
I didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
They didn't have any weapons on them, right?
Didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
So you didn't see any weapons on them that night, right?
I didn't look. How would I?
So at this point in time, there's no fighting going on down there, right?
No.
And after this video stops, no fight occurs down this end of the street, right?
As they ran down, we said,
Yes or no answer. No fight happens after this video stops, right? No physical altercation happens down this end of the street, correct?
no.
So you have the knife. You don't see anybody else with a weapon. Jack drives off. Mackenzie's down the other end of the street, right? She's at the corner of farmhouse in Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And Dimitri, Will, and Keenan are still in the car as the car drives away, right?
Yes.
So when Jack gave you the knife, they were in the vicinity of seeing that happen, correct?
They were in the car.
Right.
This is true. This is something I really hope his attorney nails down. When you were in a group text, okay, your name doesn't always show up if you're not in all their contacts. So if I am in if there's Aaron, Yana, and myself in a group text, and Yana is not one of my contacts, but she is one with Aaron, then she'll show up in Aaron's as a name. In mine, it will be just a number. Just saying.
Can you play the second one?
That's true.
So again, this is a different angle, right? Mackenzie's walking down the street. And this is you out here, just above this bush on the right
That's
side.
true too.
And here comes Tyler walking to your.
I have a friend who goes by Axis Hunter, but that's not his name. I have him in my phone as Axis Hunter because that's just how he goes on Facebook and everything. But that's not his name. Don't worry. I've known him forever.
You're right.
He's a Red
right?
Crosser.
So car drives away. You have the knife at this point, right?
Yes.
Tyler Rich runs up to you, right? Is that Tyler Rich that ran up the street, do you recall?
I saw like two kids run past.
Do you recall them throwing something at the car?
Yes.
Recall who that was?
No.
So at some point, do you recall who ran down the street?
Like in total?
No, I'm asking first if you were familiar with anybody who ran down the street at that point.
Yes.
Ricky Fiola, right?
Yes.
Tyler Rich.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Ty Wood?
Yes.
Did he run down the street?
I can't remember seeing him.
Charlie Connery, are you familiar with him?
No.
You're not familiar with him. Do you know? So you don't know that the person that testified for the state as our last witness, you can't recall if he ran down the street?
No, I didn't see him.
But there were about 7 kids that ran down the street, right?
I don't know exactly how many.
Or was there more than 7 or less than 7?
I'm not sure.
You would agree with me there was more than 3 kids, right? Clearly in the video, there's more than 3 kids from the shelter party,
Yes.
right? And would you also agree with me that after this particular part of the video ends, there's a whole interaction that happens down the end of the street that's not captured on video, right?
Yes.
And that interaction that's happening is you having the knife, right?
Yeah, it's in my pocket.
You have this interaction with Tyler Rich, right?
Yes, he sprays me with
And he sprays you with the WD-40, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, shortly after that happens, Ricky Fiola comes and talks to you, right?
Like right after, yes.
Right. Because in your words, you indicated that he came up to me, talked to me, made me feel better about the situation, right? Because you had just gotten sprayed, right?
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, between the time you were in the car when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, up until the time where you spoke to Ricky Fiola, the people at that party indicated to you they didn't want you at the house. You were supposed to leave, right?
I guess so, yeah.
So when you spoke to Ricky, not what he said, but during your conversation, pretty much said you should not be here, you should leave, right?
No.
So he actually said you should stay?
He was talking bad about Tyler Rich.
Right. And then he said you guys should probably just leave, right?
No, he never said that.
He never said that. He said probably you should just hang out in the corner and, figure it out, right?
I can tell you what he said.
Well, I don't want to know what he said, but the reality is the conversation you had with Ricky Fiola was, hey, I was really messed up that he sprayed me with WD-40, but look, there's a lot of us and there's only 2 of you guys. It's not smart. You probably should just leave. Are you saying that conversation didn't happen?
That's not what he said.
Okay. So, but nevertheless, these 3, 4, or 5 kids that run down the street, including Tyler Rich, they do not engage you in a physical altercation down the street, correct?
Just sprayed me with WD-40.
And walked away, then, right?
Yeah.
He walked back to his house, right?
Yes.
And when he walked back to his house, you guys stayed down the street for a little bit, right?
Yes.
And so your testimony today is you were never told to leave the area?
I've never heard anybody say that. Ricky Fiola 100% didn't say that.
And at that point, you said on direct examination, you were scared and confused, right?
Yes.
Terrified about the group of people that were down the road, right?
Just everything.
And you were scared even when the people walked down the street, right? When they came down the street towards Farmhouse Road, that scared you?
When they were running at us, yes.
You were panicked?
Yeah.
You were concerned? You had your phone on you at that point, right?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely, right. So At any point between the time you got out of the car and the time the kids ran down the street, you never called for somebody to give you a ride home, right?
No, Mackenzie's sister was going to give me a ride.
And you never called for an Uber, right? To bring you out of that situation, right?
Mackenzie's sister was going to give me a ride home.
And you never called for a lift, right? Because Mackenzie's sister was coming to pick you up.
Yes.
So Mackenzie's sister was going to pick you up at the corner of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
You knew that because you had a conversation with Mackenzie about getting a ride home.
Yes.
Because on direct examination, you indicated that you walked over to Mackenzie and said, hey, listen, can I get a ride home? I don't want to be here anymore, right?
I don't remember my exact words, but I remember asking her for a ride.
Because you were concerned.
Yes.
You wanted to get out of that situation.
Yes.
Mackenzie had her head down, right?
Yes.
She was on her phone. Safe to say she wasn't paying attention to things going on around her?
Yes.
Isn't it true Mackenzie was mad at you at that point because she didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house and you didn't stick up for her?
No, she initially started crying and got upset when they were hitting the car.
And by the way, the state called 25 witnesses in this case, right?
Yes.
And you were here for all 25 of those witnesses, right?
Yes.
And the story you're telling us today is the first time we've heard this story, right?
I was never asked by anybody to tell
I'm
me.
going to move to strike as non-responsive.
So the court's going to go ahead and strike the witness's response to the question as being non-responsive. Call for yes or no.
So this is the first time we're hearing this story, correct?
Yes.
Mackenzie knew a lot of those kids at that house, right? You knew that.
Yes.
And she didn't want to be there, right?
After they started hitting the car, they started crying.
Right. And at some point in time after this video ends, Will gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And Keenan gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And Dimitri gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, they sit down at the corner because they're waiting for a ride, right?
I remember them sitting around Mackenzie at one point.
But you were not under the impression that they were also waiting for Mackenzie's sister?
The only person I knew that was waiting for a ride, like, definitely was Will Singemore because he was calling his girlfriend.
Because his girlfriend, Carolyn Takis, was coming to get him, right?
Yes.
Right. So as far as you were concerned, Carolyn was coming to get Will, and Dimitri and Keenan had no ride home at that point? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But nevertheless, Will, Keenan, Dimitri, and Mackenzie don't get back in the car with Jack at some point, right?
Can you say that again?
At some point in time, Jack, you, and De Silva get in the car and go back down to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
Right. But when that happens, Will doesn't get in the car, right?
Nobody else gets in the car.
Right. Mackenzie doesn't get in the car, right?
Nobody else got.
Dimitri doesn't get in the car, right? And neither does Keenan, right? Because they didn't want to get involved with what was going to happen, right?
Because they were asked not to.
I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive. That's the answer in the yes or no.
We're going to go ahead and strike witness's last response to the question called for a yes or no answer. Please remove it from the room.
So they didn't get in the car because they didn't want to be involved with what was going to happen, correct?
No.
And at some point in time, you indicate that you say Tyler's your best friend, right? Growing up, you met him since 8 years old.
Yes.
And Jack was only just an acquaintance from St. Joe's, right? You weren't really friends with him,
Not as close as Tyler.
but you all hung out, right?
Yes.
And you all would go to parties together on the weekends, right?
Yes.
You guys were football buddies, right?
Yeah, we all play football. Yeah.
In fact, it wasn't uncommon for Jack to pick you and Tyler up and go to a party, right?
He was always the one that drove.
He was always the one that drove, right? And when you guys are in school, you guys would always hang out and talk, right?
At football practice, not really.
At football. So you didn't associate with Jack in school just in football practice? Is that
We
what,
never had any of the same classes.
Okay, so you never saw him in the hallway and said, "Hey, Jack, what's up?" So you associated with him, right? But Jack was always the one that drove you guys. It wasn't Tyler, right?
Not always, but if we were going out with Jack, he was driving.
But you went out with him a lot, is the point, right? Whenever you would go out, it would be you, Tyler, and Jack, right?
No.
No? Even though Jack always drove, majority of the time?
Jack always drove when we went out with him.
Okay, but you didn't go out with him a lot? That's what you're saying now? Okay. So at some point in time, there's a conversation, you say on direct examination, there's a conversation between Jack and Tyler in this area, right? You don't know what the conversation's about?
It was something.
I don't want to know what it was about. Do you know what it was about, or yes or no?
Somewhat. Yes.
You know somewhat what it was about. So, and based on that information, you were still scared.
Yes.
You were still concerned, and you were still worried about what could happen.
Yes.
And at some point in time, Jack gets in the car,
Yes.
Tyler gets in the car,
Yes.
and you get in the car,
Yes.
and you're still concerned, right? And you go back down to 43 Laurel Glen, right? Because you're still concerned, right?
Best friend was going. I was going with.
Non-responsive. I would ask them, that's to be stricken.
It's going to strike the witness's response as non-responsive. Call for a yes or no. Thank you.
So at some point in time, you get in the car with Jack and Tyler, correct?
Yes.
And you are going to go back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
And you're going to go and talk to some kids that had just damaged the car, right?
Yes.
Threw stuff at the car, right?
Yes.
Bounced on the car, right?
Yes.
Almost withdrawn. Did these things?
The messages are
Wow.
being pulled from other people's phone, I believe. I don't know if it's from his phone. It may be a combination, but I think it's from another phone.
30 to 40-second period, right? When you were initially in front of 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't know how long it was.
Was it fast? Was it fast interaction or was it slow interaction?
I can't remember.
But nevertheless, these are the kids that damaged the car, right?
Yes.
And you were going back to talk to them, right?
Yes.
These are the same kids, right? That you said you were very concerned about.
Yes.
You were very worried about.
Yes.
You were panicking when this was going on, right?
Yes.
But you went back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
You could have stayed at the corner of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen and waited for Mackenzie's sister to pick you up, right?
Looking back, that's what we should have done.
Move to strike as non-responsive.
We'll go ahead and strike the witness's response as non-responsive.
What was that response? I'm having a hard time hearing that air conditioning on my hearing aids. It just caused a vibration that is just difficult for me to
For Mackenzie's
understand.
sister to pick you up, right?
Looking back, that's what we should have done.
Move to strike as non-responsive.
We'll go ahead and strike the witness's response as non-responsive. Question called for a yes or no answer.
You could have stayed at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't do that, did you? And you got back in that car with the knife.
Yes.
And you indicated on direct examination you were scared to get back in the car, right?
Yes.
But you did it anyway.
Yes.
And you didn't have to go back to that house, did you? So you get back to the house, right?
But he was not driving.
And you get out.
That's the other thing. Am I correct? He was not driving his vehicle. Somebody else was driving. So he could have not gone, but he was at the mercy of the driver.
Out of the car, right?
If you're not driving, you're at the mercy of the driver. I would say I'm at the mercy of the driver. I had no skin in that decision.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Jack drives the car and stops the car right about here on State 52 in front of his mailbox, right? Right in the middle of the road. Right, there's a car parked here, right? He stops right about here, right?
No, it was really close.
Y'all, we have just hit 400 viewers, 266 on X and 133 on YouTube. Yay!
Well, that's that one part that might work. So you get open the car, right?
Yes.
So the car was closer to the center of the road, right?
Yes.
And Tyler gets out of the front passenger seat, right? He walks around the car and out to the grass, right?
Yes.
You saw this, right?
Yes.
You got out of the rear passenger seat on Jack's side, right?
Yes.
You walk around the car and you never lost sight of Tyler, correct?
Yes.
So you look at him over the SUV, right? That's what your testimony is?
No, I went around.
You went around the SUV, but you just said that you didn't lose sight of it. So you looked over the SUV to see where Tyler was, right? So my point is, you didn't see him in there. You just walked around the car, then you made contact with Tyler again, right?
Yes.
Right. And Tyler was on the left. Tyler was in this area at some point, on the left, right? You were on the right. You met him here? Right here. Here?
Yes, please hit the like button. Comment I liked.
When you initially got there were like 10 people in the yard, right?
I can't remember exactly how many. We were first approached by Lily Lombardi.
You indicated on
Lombardi.
direct examination there were people in the yard, right?
Yes.
You said 10 people at first in the back, correct?
Around there?
They were far back, right?
Yeah.
Close to where that little hole is in the where they came out of.
It was really dark.
It was really dark. You couldn't see, right? You didn't recognize anybody at that point, right?
They were too far away.
And you had the knife in your pocket when you got out, right?
Yes.
When
Bingo!
people
Don't
started
forget
coming out
y'all
of the
were
house,
playing
were there
bingo.
girls that came out of the house also?
The first person we spoke to was a girl. Before all those people.
Was there more than one girl at the house? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
Well, Lily Lombardi, right? Taylor Capella was there.
I didn't see her.
Do you know Taylor Capella? Are you saying there was only one girl at the party that night?
He may not remember.
I'm saying I only saw her and spoke to one girl.
You only spoke to one girl, but you don't know if there were other girls later on in the evening that were outside watching, right? There could have been. You just don't know. And you said, at
Why
some
is that
point-
important? Why, if he's in the middle of being whooped up, he's getting a butt whooping. You think he's going to stand up and go, wait, time out. Let me count the girls. Uno, dos, tres. It's hot, mija. Tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. Not the lot. Really? Come on now.
kids come out, right?
Thanks for all the party poppers.
no?
Y'all are so kind.
We were approached by Rich and everybody else. There were 30
You's
people, right?
important.
No, at first it was around 30 people, and then everybody came out.
There was more than 30 people there, boo. Between 40 and 50 were actually there.
And how many of those people were girls?
I
Don't
didn't
know.
see any girls.
You didn't see any girls? So there could have been girls in the back. You just
I couldn't see the girls, man, because I had too many boys whooping my butt. I was in the bottom of a pile. You know, if you watch football and they tackle you and you at the bottom of that pile, do you think you're going to see girls or are you going to see butts, legs, feet, and stink? And fists? You ain't looking at the girls, boo. Get off of the girls, lawyer.
just don't know. Yeah. And when they came out, you recognized only Tyler Rich, right?
Yeah.
And you had your conversation with Tyler Rich. So you just stood there? And Ryan Hines approached you?
Yeah.
And you had a conversation with Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And that was the kid that you had pushed in the head, according to your testimony earlier that night at Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
Please help me celebrate this anniversary. Let's see if we can get 40
And you were
likes.
next to Tyler when this was happening.
We need 40 likes.
And you indicated on direct
Please.
examination, there were a wall of people at some point.
I'm not
in
ashamed to
front of you,
beg.
Right?
Yes.
And initially, it was, De Silva was talking about 10 people. He said that on direct. Remember that?
Like there was, all of them were all together, but he was directly
So
talking.
it was like a line of people. It was you. This is Tyler.
We got 17. Come on, let's get to 40.
About 10 people.
Please. Thumbs up.
And when you're talking to these people, you're asking where Aiden King is, right?
I asked Ryan Hines, I was like, where's Aiden King? That's my boy.
That's your what?
My boy, like my friend.
That's your friend? Yeah. You heard Aiden King testify in this case, right?
Yes.
You heard him testify that you said, tell the people get away from the car. I'm going to smash a bottle on somebody's head, right?
Yeah, he said that.
And you indicated on direct examination that you were speaking with 4 to 5 people, right?
Yeah.
You were speaking with Ryan Hines?
Yeah.
Ty Wood? You remember Ty Wood? Do you know who Ty Wood is? You know who Ty Wood is? You don't recall seeing him there that night?
I was mainly talking with Ryan Hines.
And Faison Teele was close by at this point?
I believe so, yes.
And so at some point, were there other people that you recognized there at the time besides Ty Wood, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich?
There was a giant group of people. There were so many faces.
But you don't know everybody that was there.
No.
And the knife was in your pocket at this point.
Yes.
And the people you were talking with didn't have any weapons on them, right?
Not that I saw, no.
And you were getting nervous.
Yes.
And you recall at some point, so at the end of your testimony yesterday on direct examination, you indicated that there were 4 to 5 people.
Way outnumbered the
Today, when
girls.
you started testifying, you indicated there was 20 to 25 people just on you.
I'm getting tired of the numbers. Getting tired of the numbers. We saw the video. We don't need to sit here and henpeck the numbers. Get off of the numbers. Get on something important. Obviously, you don't have a whole lot to get on because you won't move. Get off the horse. It's dead. You beat it to death
You
already.
remember that?
Yeah.
So was it 4 to 5 people or 20 to 25?
They were all together. It's not like it was only 4 who came up and talked to us. Or they were all together.
And when you're walking up to Tyler Rich's house, they're telling you to leave the property, right?
No.
And when you're walking up to Tyler Rich's house, you see the kids start coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you could have turned around and went back to the car, right?
Can't do hypothetical.
But you didn't do that, right?
Y'all, he could have gotten in the car, but who's driving it? And he doesn't have the keys. It's not his car. He is not able, other than run down the street like a like a Steve Urkel. Get in the car. That's fine. They were rocking the car. They were shaking the car. They were beating on the car. Why do you think he would feel safer in the car? I sure in the hell wouldn't go back to the car. That's a trap.
And at some point, you indicated there were people everywhere, right? And people were saying stuff, right? It was aggressive.
Good point, Aaron. Wonderful observation. Yay, 419. Woohoo.
You were arguing back. Tyler was arguing back. And you indicated you were smaller at the time, right? Much
They were all
smaller than
drunk.
today? Right. But you felt like you were okay at that point because you had a knife on you, right?
Yana, I left you a
approached
message.
kids that had just thrown stuff at the car, right?
Yes.
That had dented the car, right?
Yes.
That had jumped and bounced and rocked the car, right?
Yes.
And you were panicked because of it.
I wouldn't go
worried.
back.
And you approached these kids at that point at Tyler's house with a knife in your pocket, correct?
Yes.
He's being honest on that one.
At some point in time, you make a move towards Ty Wood, correct? You flinch like you're going to hit somebody, right? And when that happens, you get punched by Tyler Rich, right?
I stuck my hand up for somebody to shake hands.
I would move to strike as non-responsive.
Court's going to strike portion of the witness's response after no. Okay, so anything after note of the question, please strike from your notes. That's not to be considered evidence.
I would
And-
not be happy if I was him.
At some point, you get hit in the head, right? On the left side of your head, right? And you don't know who punched you, do you? You know now who punched you, right? But at the time, you did not know who punched you, right? Isn't it true that you thought you got hit in the head with a bottle at that point?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bottle, right?
I don't know.
And you indicated on direct examination at that point, everything went black. How long would you say it went black for?
It's impossible to tell. I have no idea.
You have no idea how so maybe it was like 2 seconds
Or longer.
or longer? How long? How long?
There's no way to tell.
No way to tell. And your face was in the ground. And all you saw were people hitting and kicking you, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't see any weapons, right?
No, I just saw the ground.
And the knife was in your pocket.
Yeah.
And at some point, people were yelling, right?
They were yelling. Yeah.
And people were you couldn't see, but people were all around you. That was your testimony on direct, right? People were all around you, but you couldn't see. So how were you able to see if people were all around you if your head was in the ground?
Before they hit me, they started like circling me.
But when you were in the ground and you were in the fetal position, you couldn't see who was around you, right?
No, I just felt
You couldn't tell if there was one person engaging you, right?
it was way more than one.
Could you tell if it was one person that was engaging you at that point?
It was way more than
Do
one.
you have eyes in the back of your head?
I can feel
Do you have eyes in the back of your head?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Mr. Valle,
While I'm on the thought of it, and we're working on the schedule for the rest of the week, can someone please tell me if we have a definite time for Kohlberger for tomorrow? I've heard 9 a.m., but is that their time, my time? I have no idea. Thank you.
you indicated on direct examination that your head was in the ground, right?
yes.
And you were down on the ground looking at the ground, right? And when your head is down on the ground, could you tell if there were two people engaging you?
That's
There was
true. It
way
can
more
be
than
too
two.
much.
Could you tell if there was one person engaging you?
I could tell there was way more than one.
Could you tell if there were three people?
I could tell there was way more than.
Could you tell if there were four people?
I could tell there was way more.
How many people did you see? How many people did you see engage you when you were on the ground looking at the ground?
I just felt
10 or
stuff
more.
coming from everywhere.
So you couldn't tell how many, correct?
Yes.
And you still had the knife on you at that point.
Yes.
And you indicated on direct examination that you lost consciousness. How long would you say you lost consciousness for?
There's no way to tell. I
There's
don't,
no way to tell. So you blacked out, right?
Yeah.
And you lost consciousness, right?
I was at the same time.
That was at the same time, but you don't know how long it was. Would you agree with me that the fight on the video doesn't capture the entire fight, right?
No, not anywhere close to it.
The video is about 17 seconds long, right? And the fight in its entirety is probably about 25 to 30 seconds long, right?
No.
No, it's longer than that. Was it like 5 minutes?
No.
How long would you say it was?
It's impossible to tell, especially when you're like in this situation.
45 seconds?
I felt.
It felt like an eternity, though, right? But it was about 45 seconds. You don't know how long it was. But you lost consciousness at some point during that whole altercation, right? And you don't know how long you lost consciousness for. And at some point when you regained consciousness, you took the knife out of your pocket, right?
Yeah.
Now, when the knife was in your pocket, it was closed, right? So you had to take the knife out of your pocket, right? Your right pocket. You had to open the knife, right?
My other hand was covering my head.
Showing you States 95. Picture of is a replica of the knife that you had that night, correct?
I never looked at it.
You never looked at it, but it was a knife that opened in this manner, correct? You had to open the knife.
I don't even remember opening it.
You don't remember opening it. Well, was the knife opened in your right pocket when it was in your pocket?
I don't think so. No.
No. So if this was the knife, or if this is a copy of what the knife looked like, it would have been closed in your pocket, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So when you're on the ground, you stick your right hand in your pocket, you take the knife out of your pocket, correct? And then you proceed to open the knife, right?
No, I don't remember. My other hand, I remember, was the whole time holding my head.
So you opened that knife with one hand?
Yes.
You recall doing that?
No, I don't remember opening the knife.
Okay, Tinkitude, what would that be central time? 10, 9?
And when you take the knife out, you have it in your hand, your right hand, right?
Yes.
And you have it in your hand like this in your fist. And the blade is up this way,
Yes.
right? And you say on direct
12,
examination,
my
you're
time.
flailing your arms. Do you remember saying that?
Noon.
And you
Okay, I think
indicated
it's noon central.
that
Thank you,
you were
Tinkitude.
swinging the knife,
Thank
right?
you, dude.
Show you states 56. This is Ryan Hines. Remember Ryan Hines from that night?
Yeah.
This is the kid that you say you pushed at Lazy Brook and then did not slam in the head with your helmet. Remember that?
Yes.
He's got a
Moving
lot
on.
of facial injuries. Would you agree?
Don't know.
No?
I'm not a physician. I can't answer that.
83.
Thank you, Tinkitude.
You
Thank
agree.
you, Ronnie.
Mr. Valle, that Mr. Hines has contusions on his head, correct?
I see the one on the top of his head.
You don't see the ones on the side of his head? You don't see that his nose is broken here?
That, on the side, it just looks like acne.
States 84. You see the contusion on his head?
Yes.
That wasn't caused by your helmet?
Could have been. I don't
You
know.
do that at 43 Laurel Glen?
Don't
Somebody
know.
else must have done that.
Yeah, I guess.
You have the knife in your hand. You have it in the fist, right? States 87. And you stab Ryan Hines in his chest and puncture his lung, correct?
Yes.
Like this, right?
Wasn't aiming or anything.
And you stab him in the side. States 89, right? That's not a swipe. Would you agree? That's a stab, right?
Just flailing my arm
That
around.
was a stab wound, right?
Just flailing my arm around.
Dude, if he's swinging his arm around, somebody's going to get stabbed. Dude, you're pissing me off. Swinging his arm around in any direction, even if it's this, if it could stab somebody. Quit trying to elicit crap out of him. That's not going to help your case. You are pissing off the internet jury. My legal eagles are getting mad, or at least the queen eagle is.
So you're indicating that this is a swipe?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Oh,
Page
he's
91.
irritating me, y'all.
You were flailing your arms. He stabbed it again in the left side, correct?
Yeah.
So he stabbed 3 times, right?
Yes.
States 54, Faison Teele. You remember seeing him there that night, right?
I think so.
And you stabbed him, State 70, once in the upper extremity, in his left arm, right?
Yes.
While you were flailing your arms.
Yes.
That's about an inch or so, right? And at some point, they let you go, right?
Oh.
And when they let you go, at that point, Tommy Connery comes over, right? Because Ryan Hines is now out of it because you just stabbed him 3 times, right?
They never let go. of
And
anybody.
Tommy Connery comes over. Remember Tommy Connery? States 55. That's Tommy Connery, right?
Yeah.
And you're down on the ground, right? You're bent over, right? No, you're not bent over.
It's on the ground.
You're on the ground. And you go after Tommy Connery, States 77, and you stab him 4 times in his leg, correct?
I didn't go after anybody.
And at some point in time, you're chased out into the street, right?
Yeah.
And you fall down. You said, according to your direct testimony, is you fall, and you skin your hands on the ground.
That was after.
That was after. That was the second time, not the first time. But at some point in time, you go out into the street, right? And we see that in the video, correct?
I got thrown like towards the car.
Right. And you run back to the car, right?
Yes.
And you run back to the car, and you go to get in the car, right? No one chased you to the car, correct?
Yes, they did.
They did. Okay, let's play the link.
There's going to be discrepancies because what he's perceiving and seeing may not be what everybody else is. He's being attacked by a bunch of people and he is panicked and he's drunk. They all are.
Stop it. Who's this person right here running back to the car? Who's chasing?
If you back it up a little bit, you see all those people, right?
No, they stopped. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Right here, right? These kids right here?
Yeah.
They're chasing you? They stopped. Right?
I didn't look backwards.
But they stopped, right? The video shows that they're stopped here at this point, right? They're not chasing you up to the car, right?
The camera turns.
Play it again. Just keep playing.
He perceived he was being chased.
you,
That's
right?
that is
And you're at the
one thing that lawyers I think they know, they should know, but I don't know if they know, is that they need to understand that as jurors, we need to understand that the truth is not always a one-sided coin. It's a double-edged or double-sided coin, meaning his belief and his truth was that he was being chased. The camera may show what everybody else perceives as the truth, that he was not being chased. But in his mind at that moment, he may have felt or sensed or in fear thought he was being chased. Just my humble opinion. Oh, John Davidson, thank you for joining. This kid is very dangerous. His responses are dangerous and shouldn't be let in public ever, and very well may be. I'm playing devil's advocate. I do it all the time. I will give you my humble opinion about the case once we've reached verdict watch. Perception does not always match reality. John, you are probably correct. Everybody here has a right to their opinion. And thank you so much for sharing yours, John. I greatly appreciate it. Keep it up. We appreciate it.
Stop it. Do you see
And we've been known to change your opinion a few times.
any kids coming now from your left side if they're chasing you? But in the video, they're not chasing you, right?
I didn't look that way.
My question to you is, in the video, they're not chasing you to the car, right? No. No. They play it. Stop. Now, at this point, the kids are retreating back onto the property, right?
I was just looking for Tyler.
So the answer to my question is you didn't see where the kids were retreating back to then, right?
I just looked for Tyler.
But they didn't come after you at the car, right?
I just looked for Tyler. I don't know.
I would move to strike is not responsible.
Portal strike the witness's last response.
You indicated on direct examination that you were thrown into the car. You remember testifying to that?
I was pushed towards the car.
But the video doesn't show you being thrown into the car, does it?
I guess not.
Now, at some point in time, you say you saw Tyler back on the lawn, right?
Yeah.
You still had the knife on you at that point, right? The knife was still out in your hand, right? And you come back into the fight, right?
Yeah.
Oh, don't we have Lori Daybell again tonight? We do. We're almost up to 450. Woohoo! Alternate jurors, you're rocking it today. Come on, YouTube, catch up.
Now, Tyler's being pushed into the street at this point, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there are no Sheldon kids to the right of you, right? There's a car. We can see a car right there, right?
And there's kids like right.
There's kids in front of you,
Right. Yes.
but there's no kids right to the right of you. There's a
I
car.
can
We can see the
accept.
car. If there were, we wouldn't be able to see the car, right?
That's the street.
Right. There's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a kid in front of you.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of kids right
Right. There's a whole bunch of kids over here we can't see, but there's nobody to the right of you, right?
there. There's a kid right next to him.
There's a kid here. But I'm saying, is this you right here?
Yes.
Right. To the right of you, do you see a kid or a car?
That's the street.
That's the street, and there's a car there, right?
Yeah.
So there's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a car.
There's nobody in the street.
And there's nobody to the left of you other than Tyler De Silva, right?
Yeah.
So when you're going back in, there's just a wall like this, right?
It's like this.
Right. But you're not surrounded at that point, right?
At that point, no.
No. But you go back in, and Tyler's already pushed out into the street, right?
The video. I'm on my way back as you see.
But Tyler is no longer engaged in the fight, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that. So you just blacked out and ran right back into the fold. That's your testimony today?
Being on the yard, and it was just like a shoe horse of people.
A shoe horse, but not a circle. You were not encircled, right?
Like, was there anybody behind me?
Right. There's nobody behind you.
I don't know.
How do you know? Whoa, whoa, whoa,
So you could have.
whoa. The lawyer cannot testify. He is telling him who's what, when, where, and how. You can't do that. Why are you not objecting, defense? Why are you not objecting to this? I would be objecting. Yeah, I'd be objecting.
If you chose to, but you did not. You could have left.
Objection.
You could have retreated, right?
Oh.
So you could not have left because there were people around you.
Yes.
So you just said that there was a semicircle of people on the yard. Now you're saying that you were surrounded.
It was like this.
So semicircle?
You can feel surrounded with two people. Perspective. Perspective.
Right?
Yeah.
Not a circle. A circle goes like this, right?
Yeah, I wasn't going to turn my back to that many people.
You weren't going to. I'd move to strike as non-responsive, Your Honor.
Yeah, you didn't like that. You had to think about it for a second. My bangs are driving me crazy. They're half curled, half straight, half wavy.
You indicated when you made it back to the car, you were still terrified, right?
Yeah.
You were still scared. You came back in anyway, right? With the knife. And you ran over to the edge of the grass, right? And you passed Tyler, right?
Yes.
He passed you on your left, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you saw Matt Lakovich,
Yes.
but you also indicated on direct you couldn't see who hit you. You said you were hit.
Yes.
You remember saying that? You couldn't see who hit you,
I remember getting hit.
but you don't know who hit you.
I don't think so, no.
You recall subsequent during your direct examination, you said Matt Lakovich hit me?
I said it could have been him.
Could have been, but you don't know who hit you.
Thank you, Ada.
And when you were running back into the fight, you had the knife out, right? And people that were in front of you were defending themselves from you, weren't they?
Oh, they kept coming at me.
They kept coming at you while you had a knife out, approaching them.
I was standing still right there.
You heard Charlie Connery yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," right?
And I just heard screaming. I couldn't.
At the time, you don't recall hearing that during the incident, right? But on the video, you hear him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," right? And you're saying that people engaged you while you had a knife at this point in time?
Nobody backed up.
Nobody backed up, but nobody attacked you.
They were stepping forward, and somebody ended up hitting me.
You couldn't see who hit you. And you couldn't see if anybody had a weapon on them at that point, right? And at some point, you indicate that you turned around, well, let's run. At some point in time, you turn, right, to run back to the car, right?
Yeah.
But when you're turning to run back to the car, you see Jimmy McGrath and you stab him in the chest, correct?
No. I'll never do
Have you
it.
seen the autopsy photos, sir?
Yes.
Did you see where his injuries happened? In his upper left chest? Are you saying you did not stab Jimmy McGrath in the heart?
I didn't plan.
Move to strike is non-responsive.
Photo strike, everything after. I'm not sure we got a response, so I will strike the response.
Isn't it true? You just testified that I didn't want to turn my back on these people, right?
Yes.
But you turned your back on these people when you were trying to get out of there, right?
I was facing
What you want to do and what you have to do are two different things.
backwards.
You were facing backwards, so you're facing the group. And are you backing up like this?
No, I was standing there.
Right.
and
You're not backing up, right?
I got hit.
Right. You're not backing up.
One thing we need to keep in mind, everybody, is this lawyer's ripping him a new one, but this is not a situation where you stop and think, okay, do I want to back up and walk? Do I want to walk forward? How many people are around me? Which way do I want to go? If I go this way, well, that's going to happen. If I go this way, that's going to happen. It's 100% reaction at this point with alcohol and a lot of it on board. There is no justification. There's no thought. There is nothing but testosterone, alcohol, and reaction. Good, bad, or indifferent, that's what it is, in my humble opinion. So for him to sit there and try to tear him up and down one side, the other to figure out which direction to turn is crazy.
And as a matter of fact, this is Jimmy McGrath on the left here, right?
Yes.
And he doesn't have a weapon on him, does he?
Not
And he's not engaging you, is he?
stepping forward.
He's stepping forward,
They all stepped forward.
but he doesn't have a weapon on him, does he?
Not that I saw. No.
But he doesn't know who may have what. Who may have what? Just because you don't see a knife, do you know how many boys carry knives? But then again, here in Texas, they carry knives and guns. Okay, but high school boys, do you know how many high school boys at parties carry? They carry, some of them carry some pretty big knives because they're hunters. I know a kid that was in high school with my son's age. That was a trapper. That's what he did for a living. And he carried big knives. Now, he couldn't carry them in the school, but the moment he was off property, that knife was on him. So at a party, he would have it. You don't know. And if you're in a fight and they're beating up on you, you don't know. You're going to react.
It would
Thank
be
you very
unfair
much.
for somebody who doesn't have a weapon to be stabbed by somebody who does, right?
I didn't try to stab anybody.
But you stabbed him, didn't you?
Yes.
You turned around and stabbed Jimmy McGrath in his chest.
No.
So you didn't stab him?
I didn't see it happen. I didn't feel me stab. I didn't go up to him and stab him.
Are you saying it was somebody else that stabbed Jimmy McGrath?
I was the only one with a knife.
Correct. You were the only one with the knife. And you turned around.
That you know.
Jimmy McGrath in the chest, and then you left, right?
Wait a minute. The only one with a knife that you know. Do you know what? One thing I'm going to say here is nobody in that group is going to admit to having a knife personally, or they're going to be in trouble. So they're not going to admit to it. 2 or 3 of them may have had a knife for all you knew. Is there DNA on that knife? Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, we are going to move into our lunch break and we'll come back and stay to finish its examination, and then we'll see if there's any radioactive. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Please, again, remember the rules of the conduct. Stand lunch recess until 2 p.m.
All right.
So are we done for the day? I had a hard time understanding her. I have a very hard time standing her. I think we're done for the day, which I was hoping we'd be in jury verdict or at least close to it.
Examination, and then we'll see if there's any radioactive. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Please, again, remember the rules of the conduct. Stand lunch recess until 2 p.m.
Okay. Lunch. You know, that music right there just demonetizes me every freaking time. What time is that here? 1? 2? I don't know. What time is that here? I don't know, y'all. Well, what I'm going to do is, everybody, we're going to take a quick lunch break. Let me finish eating this and we'll come back. But, well, no, never mind. We've got something we're going to watch. And I just deleted it. Dagnabbit. Let me find it. Let me find it.
Sorry.
Good.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my water out.
Are we done? I'm looking for something. Well, I was going to show something else, but since now that he sat there and decided that he's done, come on, Vinny. Okay, we're going to play this real quick.
Well, today, Barry Morphew is expected to appear in court after being charged for a second time in the death of his wife, Suzanne Morphew. She disappeared on Mother's Day back in 2020. Her remains were found in September of 2023. 9 News reporter Courtney Yoon is joining us live from the newsroom this morning. Courtney, Barry Morphew has already been extradited back to Colorado from Arizona.
Yeah, that's right, Jordan. He's currently in custody at the Alamosa County Jail, according to the 12th Judicial District Attorney's Office. This indictment comes 3 years after the initial case was dropped. Barry Morphew was previously arrested and charged with first-degree murder in connection with his wife's disappearance back in May 2021. Then, just days before he was set to stand trial in April 2022, all charges were dropped. A judge had granted a motion filed by prosecutors asking to dismiss the case. 49-year-old Suzanne Morphew was reported missing on Mother's Day back in May 2020. She lived in Maysville, west of Salida, with her husband and 2 daughters. When she disappeared, the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office said she went for a bike ride but never came home. Her remains were found in a shallow grave in September 2023. The autopsy found sedatives and tranquilizers in her bones. Her death was ruled a homicide. The grand jury indictment against Barry Morphew, charging him with first-degree murder of his wife, says he was the only private citizen in that area of Colorado with access to the combination of drugs found in Suzanne's system. Barry Morphew maintains his innocence in this case, according to his attorney, David Beller. His first hearing is set for 1:30 this afternoon in Alamosa County. Live in the newsroom, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
No, he will not be able to talk to his lawyers during lunch. Not at all. Once he's on the stand, sworn in, he cannot talk to his attorneys. Okay, we're going to watch some of this over our lunch break.
There is outrage in Idaho. There's outrage in Idaho.
Yep.
I'll refer to him as BK. Gets a deal. Gets a plea deal, okay? It's not just a guilty plea. It is a plea deal. He is
Right.
getting a benefit from this. And that's a decision, a choice that was made by the prosecuting attorneys in this case. In this video today, it's not about vengeance. It's not about blood. It's not about eye for an eye. It's going to be about the law. It's going to be about justice. And it's also going to be about reality. Okay? I'm not practicing every day. I can pull back the curtain and tell you the real.
Okay, guys, what I'm going to do, we're going to get past this little intro. And then I'm going to go get me a cup of ice because I don't have any here. I have to go to the restaurant next door. So I'll be right back.
That he will absolutely spend the rest of his life in prison. Who is to say that somewhere down the road, some justice or justices will determine that life without parole is cruel and unusual punishment? Think about all the other changes that are taking place in society right now. All the things that are accepted today as very normal that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago would have been, are you kidding me? So you have no idea where the law is going to go. You have no idea. You cannot guarantee that they will have life in prison. You want certainty in a sentence. The deep end provides certainty. At the end of that sentence, there is certainty. So you can say that he'll spend the rest of his life in prison, and I'm sure that's what they told the Menendez brothers years ago. But no. We will not put you and other families through the uncertainty of decades of post-conviction appeals. Oh, okay, so he's waiving his right to an appeal. He's waiving his right to win an appeal. He can still file it. It will get dismissed by a court, but there'll be a hearing about it. What also can potentially happen are the habeas motions that get filed. You don't think there'll be any habeas motion filed 10 years, 20 years, 25 years down the road? Really? Really? You can, these are things you cannot guarantee because you do not control them. This is just the deal for today. But you cannot control the future and what laws get passed. And what the justices determine is just unconscionable punishment in our country. And then he can always say at some point, I didn't get the type of representation that I wanted, that I needed, and I was misled. And then he files his habeas motion in federal court. So it doesn't necessarily go away, not by any means. That's why I don't agree with this. There's three things I don't agree with here. Sincere attempt to seek justice for your family. It depends upon which family is my guess, because all the families don't agree what they believe justice is. We know for sure the Gonzalez family does not agree with this. This ensures the defendant will be convicted. Yes, he'll be convicted. He will spend the rest of his life in prison. Probably. Doesn't ensure it. Will not be able to put you and other families through the uncertainty of decades post-conviction appeals. Well, there could be post-conviction motions filed. He can file an appeal. It'll be denied, but he can still file it. You can't stop people from filing things. So let me get to the truth now of what this does guarantee. Okay. This guarantees that the prosecution will not have to try the case. That's what this guarantees. Okay. This guarantees the prosecution will not have to try the case and they will not lose. Okay. That's what it guarantees. It also guarantees that he will not be put on the row. It guarantees that. That is done. That there'll be no chance of that. Okay, it guarantees that. What else does it guarantee? Oh, let me show you what it guarantees. And there's a reason why people fight to be kept off of the row. Those who favor life imprisonment without parole do so in large part because of the conditions under which prisoners live on death row. So it guarantees he will not live under the conditions that the prisoners on death row live under. Okay? It guarantees he won't be in solitary confinement in a small cell, which may be about 8 by 10 feet, the size of a small bathroom. It'll guarantee that he won't sleep on a steel bed or a concrete slab. Guarantees he likely will not be stuck with a steel toilet, steel sink, and a small writing desk. It'll guarantee that he will have some opportunity at some point for human contact. That's something you wouldn't get on the row. It guarantees he won't be in isolation for 22 to 24 hours a day and have some exercise time a few times a week. It guarantees that he won't have severely restricted visitation rights. It also guarantees that he'll have an opportunity to gain privileges for good behavior, something that you don't get on the row, because your situation never changes on the row. It doesn't change. So that's that. Okay, so that's that. Those are the guarantees that he's getting. Now, for prosecutors, it's beautiful because they don't have to worry about the appellate process, right? They're guaranteed that if there is an appeal filed, they will win it very easily. It'll get dismissed before it's even heard. So what it guarantees is that from this point forward, things get very easy for prosecutors and they can close their case. That is guaranteed. That is 1,000% guaranteed. Okay? And prosecutors can notch it up as a victory. They count these as victories for themselves. So they get the victory. We got the conviction. That's what we wanted. He'll never see the light of day. Okay. But he'll have a life. You see, life is much different than being on the row, even if you don't make it to the end. Like even if you aren't executed. Life on the row is much different than life without parole. Because it's a life. You wake up in the morning. You might have something you're looking forward to that day. You might set goals. You'll do things. You'll read books. You'll likely get a tablet. I mean, you'll have all these things. You act really good and you'll get privileges. You'll have interactions with other human beings, if he even wants that. Life in prison is a life. It's not a life you and I would want. It's not a life you and I would ever wish upon anyone that we liked.
That is true.
Or cared about.
It's true.
But it is a life. Life on the row is not. That's why they fight to not be put on the row. That's why they fight to get off the row, because day in and day out is actual extreme punishment. So much so that there are those in the defense bar who argue that life on the row is cruel and unusual. It's totally different scene, totally different, and not in a good way. Absolutely not in a good way. Do you think Scott Peterson is happier today than he was when he was on the row? Of course he is. Of course he is. And it's also one step closer to getting out.
Y'all, we
guarantee. So I'm not buying everything.
I bought cake because today's our 1-year anniversary as a monetized YouTube channel. Yoo-hoo! We did it. So I'm going to go get cake. I'll be right back.
That the prosecutors are selling here. Prosecutors like to clean this up. The prosecutors knew this was going to be a messy trial. This is a 3-month trial. And it was going to be hard. It wasn't going to be easy. This is a hard case. Without any guarantees. But you had the evidence. Why did you have the evidence? Why did you have that DNA on the sheath? I believe you have that DNA on the sheath because there was somewhat of a struggle in that bedroom and someone fought back. Someone fought as hard as she could, fought a lot harder than prosecutors are willing to fight over the next 3 months in this trial. Doesn't the victim who fought that hard and gave you the evidence, gave you that evidence by fighting, by doing anything and everything she could to try to save herself and her friend. And they fought inside that room on the top floor of that house. And as a result of resisting and fighting and standing up and doing everything you could, the one piece of evidence that locked the case fell into the hands of the prosecution, the DNA on the knife sheath. They fought, she fought, prosecutors didn't fight. They didn't fight. Prosecutors like guarantees. They like it to be clean, easy. Now let me ask you another question. This is about the law, right? The law. The law in Idaho says that this is a viable sentence for the worst of the worst. We always say the worst of the worst. This is what it's reserved for. This is who it is reserved for. If not him, then who? Why do we have it? Oh, I now understand why we have it. Because it makes things easier for prosecutors. It gives them a bargaining chip. Is that the purpose of it? Is that why the lawmakers in Idaho have this?
Happy anniversary to me and you.
To make things easier for prosecutors? Is that the purpose of it? Or is the purpose of it punishment, deterrence, and finality? Now, you don't have to agree with the DPEN, okay? And I understand. I'm not going to argue with you about whether it's good or bad, but I'm telling you it's the law in this state, in the state of Idaho. Other states chose not to have it. Not even on the table there. Idaho chose to have it. Why does Idaho have it? Isn't it for people like this? Or is
He's
it for
talking about
prosecutors
DP,
to
right?
use as a bargaining chip to make their jobs easier? What do you think? What do you think the real purpose of it is? Because if it's just to make things easier, I almost find that you should not even have that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't even exist.
True.
As a bargaining chip. There was a time, I remember, in New Jersey,
There was
a thought that it was almost unethical to use that as a bargaining chip. Either you believe that is the proper punishment for the crime or you don't. It's not a bargaining tool. But those days are gone. There used to be a lot of talk that it was unethical to use it as a bargaining tool, but now I see it all the time being used that way. And is that the proper use of it? Well, maybe, just maybe, if you have problems with your case and you don't have the evidence that you believe you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and knowing going forward, well, if you don't believe you can prove the case, you shouldn't bring the case, number one.
That's a good point. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. If you don't believe you're strong enough in your case that you can prove your case, and then you decide, well, let's offer him. Now, he didn't go to them and ask for a plea bargain. They offered him the plea bargain. They offered him a plea bargain and took off the DP off the table. That's a bargaining chip. That means they're not as confident in their case. I wouldn't take it. If I was innocent, I sure in the hell wouldn't take it. That to me, every time, and let me hear from you on X, Twitter, Twitch, all of the medias. If you were sitting in the seat of a defendant and the state came to you and offered you a sweet deal like that, because that's a sweet deal. He gets to live. Okay. He doesn't, he's not going to get found guilty and get the DP and then have to live for a while, but then eventually be unalived. Would you take that deal? Or would you say, the state doesn't have a strong enough case? If they're worried about the outcome to the point that they're offering me a deal, then why are they bringing the case? That's reasonable doubt. What's your opinion? I really want to hear from y'all. We have 333 on Twitter or X, X, and 130 on YouTube. So in your humble opinion, what do you think? Do you agree? Do you disagree?
And by the way, just the fact that they called you up,
Mm-hmm.
Apparently it was initiated by the defense.
Mm-hmm.
If it's initiated by the defense, then you know you've got the right guy. There's not even a shadow of a doubt, which is not a legal standard, but like there's zero doubt, right? He's saying, I'll plead guilty. just take the firing squad off the table, please, which is the preferred, will be in 2026, the preferred manner of the executions in Idaho. But like, there's no doubt left.
June, go to mod availability. I have a question.
You've got the videos. My goodness, you got the bushy eyebrow witness. You've got a ridiculous defense, a defense that has no defense. And by the way, the other thing we should all realize at this point, and I've said it a million times, but please remember it, that, the defense filing all these motions, making these arguments, et cetera, exactly what they should be doing. It keeps the system honest. Okay. And I said, this defense team was fighting everything tooth and nail. Thank goodness they were. Thank goodness they were. And we want them to. In every case, we want them to do that. That keeps the system honest, because we know that there are prosecutors and investigators, very tiny amount, that aren't so honest. So to keep it honest, every defendant in every case needs a vigorous defense. But remember, and I've done a couple of videos on this, a bunch of times, about the ethical obligations. Prosecutor, the truth and justice, right? We get that. You don't go after people who are innocent. You can't hide evidence that helps someone prove that they are not guilty. You just can't do that. But a defense attorney has no obligation to the truth. Their obligation is to their client to make those vigorous arguments based upon whatever evidence exists in a case, whether they're true or not. See, prosecutors can't ethically make an argument that is not true. One that they either know is not true or believe is not true. You can't do it. A defense attorney, well, I don't think somebody else did it, but there's some evidence here. Maybe someone else did it. They can make that argument. And they do all the time. In like 90% of the cases we cover, they make arguments like that. So when you see the defense jumping up and down, like in this case, there were 4 people we want to point the finger at. All along, they know that he's guilty. Like they know he's guilty. How do we know? We know that he's guilty. Oh, they called him up and said, "Can we get a deal?" so he can say what he did. Okay? So just keep that tucked away back here when you're watching these cases and listening to the arguments from both sides. They're not coming from the same place ethically unless you have someone who is unethical. If you have an unethical prosecutor, unethical investigators, then you're going to get some of that garbage. But if everyone is playing by the rules are the defense can say things that maybe they're true, likely they're not, or maybe they're 100% not true. But they have an ethical obligation to make those arguments if they have some evidence that can point in another direction. Their obligation is to the defendant, not to the truth. Prosecutors are tied to the truth. So I hope this illustrates that in a very clear manner, an extremely clear manner. And don't take this the wrong way. I'm not going after defenses. What was the first thing I said? I said every defendant should have a vigorous defense to keep the system honest, because I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. Show me, just show me that you're doing the right thing. Okay. I know we've got a lot of comments. I'm going to get to the comments in just a second, and I'm going to be way behind, but thank you for waiting.
Okay,
I just
so
want to go through some of the
FYI,
reaction from Gonzalez.
I know what he says and what I said are two different things. I'm trying to say is that I'm playing devil's advocate. Sometimes I do that, guys. I should tell you I'm playing devil's advocate. It is a hard thing because on one side, by him pleading and them taking him off of the death row, taken off of the DP, it saves a lot of money. It saves a lot of time. It saves the witnesses the trauma of having to testify again. It saves re-traumatizing. Ada K, know what? I'm lost now, Yana. But on the other hand, I understand that the families really want to see him face the death penalty. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't the state make the offer when it was first announced? The state offered the plea deal. The defense, well, I'm going by what we were told earlier. I may have misheard him here. I didn't hear it here. And by the way, y'all don't forget, I'm deaf as a board and I'm reading captioning on my computer, and sometimes that's not correct. But originally, I heard that it was a state. So the defense may have made the deal, may have made the call. He may have been offered the deal a long time ago, and then the defense calls them and says, hey, remember that deal that was on the table? Can we revisit that? That could have happened. I don't know. But I think for the families, it is devastating to the families. Absolutely devastating to them because they want to see full justice. They want to see the trial. They want to get all the evidence out there. They want to get everything public. They want him to get the maximum he can get, which is DP. And they're feeling robbed by what we've heard by one of the fathers. The associate. Well, I found judge's courtroom, but we'll do almost okay. I don't even see that AL. I see AR. I don't even see the county. There it is. I don't know. They're all blocked out, but Judge John Judge, he has a YouTube channel. If it's streamed, it'll be there. Yeah, me too. So let me. Okay, right here it says, in the Brian Kohlberger case, a deal to avoid the death penalty in exchange for pleading guilty on all 4 murders was offered by the Latha County prosecutors, according to ABC News. He could be wrong. He's been wrong before. But here it says, according to the ABC News, they met with available family members and weighed the decision before making the formal offer. And I couldn't remember them saying that because the father of one of the victims, I can't pronounce the name, said that he's upset because they met with him before making the offer and they made their opinions and wants known and they didn't listen. The offer was made in a letter to the families explaining that it was an attempt to seek justice and avoid the risk associated with the trial, such as mistrial or hung jury. The final decision to accept the deal rests with the prosecution, according to the ABC News. Goncalves, is that how it said? So, there you go. So I think that is where we are with this. Let me embiggen my notes. It helps to embiggen my notes. And I'm going to move them forward so I can read them. Okay. So let's read. So it was the prosecution's office that offered the plea deal. Oh, I got to get this on so I can keep an eye on it. What was that court? I don't know. No, we don't want that court. Okay, I got 2 videos going. According to the letters sent by prosecutors to the victims' families, this offer would allow Kohlberger to avoid the DP in exchange for pleading guilty to all 4 charges. The prosecutor's office initiated the office, citing concerns such as a risk of going to trial. The biggest thing was a mistrial or a hung jury, not so much the acquittal. It was also a heavy emotional toll, and a lengthy trial could impose on the families and the potential for prolonged appeals. It is important to note that while L County prosecutor's office offered the deal, Kohlberger's attorneys requested the plea deal according to the county's DA's office. Well, who's to say now? Because both of them are pointing fingers, but by the families and by others that the DA came to them, or the AG, prosecutors came to them and said, hey, we're going to talk to him about this. What is your opinion? What are your feelings? Before they talked to him about it. So they're the ones that initiated it. Yeah, from what I remember, the defense asked for a plea deal, and this is what the prosecution came up with. Didn't they? But that plea deal was asked a while back, wasn't it? Now, I haven't followed this case closely. I was just diving into it because I've been so overwhelmed with Karen Reed. But it's my understanding, and I could be wrong. Okay, that's not the case I need. I need mods. I need the one for today, which is the Barry Morphew. That is a case I need a link to for today. That's the one I'm not finding. Kohlberger will be tomorrow. But in my humble opinion, and what I'm understanding, is that the original plea deal request by the defense was a while back, and they were like, nope, we're going to trial. Nope, we're going to trial. So now they go to trial. We're getting ready to go into trial. And the the prosecution finally goes back and says, hey, let's talk to the families. Let's figure this out and see what we can do about a plea deal. That's kind of how I understood it. And once again, I could be wrong. Both Vinny and I could both be right. The initial request could have been through the actual defense. I heard they asked for the judge to hand down a few decision recently. Okay. In what case, please? I hear you saying that, but in what case? Why am I getting dinged? Don't ding me over that. I don't care. So I'm going back over here. So right now we are waiting patiently for, let me get it up. They should be returning any minute now, hopefully. For those of you who are just joining us, if you are new, thank you so much for joining. We greatly appreciate having you. I'm Ada K, and welcome to my channel. On our channel, if you hit that thumbs up and you comment, I liked, I-L-I-K-E-D, like over there, in the comments on YouTube, you can be entered into a drawing for the end of the month giveaway. I shared, we'll do the same thing. If you shared it, if you are first time sub, hit I sub. Come into YouTube and say I subbed. That will get you into the drawing. And also our bingo. We are playing bingo. And I need some help, y'all. I need some of y'all to tell me, what do I need to black out? Right now, the only thing I have left is time to break it down, side by side, square off. Those are the words that I am needing to cover up. If they've been said, let me know. If you get bingos, every time you get a bingo, please comment, I bingoed. Just like that, it will add you into the drawing, and you too can be into the end of trial drawing. I do have the winner. I got to make the thumbnail. So I'll announce the winner either today or tomorrow. By the way, we will be over in our Discord, and we will be doing, yes, I saw that, June. I was just getting ready to read it. We are in our Discord. We will be tonight watching would help if I could remember what I'm doing. We will be watching the Lori Daybell part 2. We watched it last night for part 1. In the comments, you will see the Discord link. Please come and join our Discord so you too can enjoy watching it with us. We are going to go here. Let me get this back up here. It always disappears when I do that. Where are you? There we go. The Goncalves family statement. The death penalty is merely an illusion in the criminal justice system. When available, it serves as a bargaining tool for the state. I understand that's what Vinny was saying. And when rarely applied, it never enforced due to the highly inefficient appellate process. Let's break that down. They're right. More people die of natural causes or are being unalived by other inmates than they do when they're on death row of actually being put to death. Yep, that is true. The notion that someone can plead guilty to a crime and still face years of appellate delays reveals a systemic failure. First of all, he takes his plea agreement. He cannot appeal it. Unappealable. Only thing he can do is live it out. So here, the notion that someone can plead guilty to a crime and still face years of appellate delays reveals a systemic failure. I'm sorry, Boo, but that is not accurate. If he takes his plea deal and it's accepted by the judge, no appellate issues will happen because there's no appeal. The Latha, how do you say that? Lahat? I can't say it. I don't know how to say this. Dyslexic is kicking in. County Prosecutor's Office treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. We question the decisions early in the investigation. Why was the mayor commenting on the case? First of all, Mayor, you should not be commenting on the case. Mayor, you should know better than that. Mayor, you bad boy or woman. Bad, 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 bad. You should not be commenting on the case. That can jeopardize the case. Why was the coroner speaking to the families? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they should have been either. Why was an officer with less than 2 years experience leading the investigation? That's a good question because an investigation of this scale should have been elevated to your highest and your most experienced detectives. 4 people unalived in a house, that's a heavy case. Yep. Why was the University of Idaho involved when they declared it was an isolated off-campus event? Good point. Number 2, the only thing they should have been involved in is validating that those were students and maybe what classes they were taking in their grades. If they had any kind of discipline problems, sometimes on campus, if someone is being stalked, it happened to my daughter and she reported it and they investigated it and they actually asked the girl to leave the campus because she wasn't only stalking one person, but multiple people. So that's the only reason why you want to talk to the university. Anything and above and beyond that, the university has no dog in the hunt. Why was the university permitted to write a book about the incident while others are silenced under an overbroad order? What? I did not know the university had a book written about it. That's inappropriate. The university is making money off the death of 4 students, and you have no connection other than the fact that you were taking money from each one of those students as a tuition and that they were your students. Why are you taking and making money for a book? I am significantly blown away. That pisses me off. As a result, we are branded adversaries. So it is no shock how the L County Prosecutor's Office mishandled the plea deal. They vaguely mentioned a possible plea on Friday without seeking our input and presented the plea on Sunday. The L County should be ashamed of its prosecutor's office. Okay, let's stop there. The family thinks that they have any kind of right and foothold on the decision of what the state is going to do in a criminal case against a potential criminal. No, they brought the charges. You did not. This is not, it's different. If you are in a civil situation, it's different, but this is criminal. You don't have any say in this. The government, the state, the county, the police, the local DA, all of them are the ones who help make that decision. They can inform you, they can include you in the information, but they do not need your permission to do this. Do I think it's right? Not really, but that's the way it is. They mentioned the possible plea on Friday. Good for you. You were at least given a heads up. There are a lot of people who are a part of a very bad case where someone's been unalived and they hear on the news that there was a plea deal. They never even get the heads up. Without seeking your input, they don't need your input. And I'm not trying to be mean to the families. I understand why they feel they need to be involved because it was their kids. But under the law, that they don't need to talk to them. They don't need to get their input. They don't need to get their permission. They need nothing. They make the DA or the attorney the district attorney, excuse me, makes the decision on this. Nobody else. Let me see. Four wonderful young people lost their lives, yet the victims' families were treated as opponents from the onset. We weren't even called about the plea deal. We received an email with letterhead attached. That's how the county prosecutor treated Redrum victims and families. Adding insult to injury, they rushed the plea, giving families just 1 day to coordinate and to appear in the courthouse for the plea on July 2nd. Who do they think they are? After more than 2 years, this is how it concludes with this secretive deal and a hurried effort to close the case without any input from the victims' families on the plea deals. I'm sorry. It breaks my heart, but you have no input. Our family is frustrated right now, and that will subside, and we will come together as always and deal with the reality that we face moving forward. Once again, we thank everyone for their thoughts and prayers. Y'all, booze, I feel horrible for these families. I really do. But under the law, Lata? Lata? Okay. I just, for those of you who don't know, I am clinically dyslexic to the point in college when I'm sitting in the classroom, I don't take notes. Yeah, I get extended test time the whole 9 yards. So for me, reading that in and of itself is great. But when you throw a word in there like that, my brain just can't do it. Please leave your DNA. The channel is growing. This is our 1 year anniversary, our 1 year monetized anniversary. I'm celebrating it. I just had a piece of cake. But don't do the music thing. You're going to hurt me. So I'm waiting for the video to come. I remember I was a victim of a bad situation, a case, and the woman had hit me at 9:00 in the morning, nearly head on in front of the police department, drinking and driving. She had a previous charge for drinking and drive, a DWI, with a child in the car in an open container. Okay. She had that charge a month prior to hitting me. 9:47 in the morning, she hits me, drunk off her bet, to the point after she hit me, she ran into a rock wall in front of the police department, and her car ended up like it's only like a 4-foot wall, and the car ended up on its side like this, and she was unconscious, and I think 8 vehicles were extremely damaged because the rocks exploded like a bomb. And the vehicle that was right there on the other side of that wall was totaled. A rock this big flew through one vehicle and into another and into the yard of the property next door. It was pretty brutal. I mean, it was a brutal hit. How she survived without a scratch. Yeah, she was drunk. But she was unconscious when they got to her. So she passed out after she hit me because I saw her moving in the car as she was coming towards me, and I couldn't go anywhere. I was stopped at the red light. First car, there were cars all on my left, and there was a police wall on my right. So anyway, then a couple months after she hit me, she's arrested again. And I was upset because they did a plea agreement with her. Because they say 3-strike rule, well, you have to be convicted of the first, then convicted of the second, and then convicted of the third. And because she hadn't reached a conviction on any of those cases because they were too close together, they actually bundled them together, tried them all at the same time. And her lawyer was smart. He immediately put her into a drug rehab. And this dragged on for years, of course. And she's happy out there partying. I see on TikTok with her sitting there drinking and partying just before she got put on her probation. And it really pissed me off. But they don't consult with the victims. They don't have to. They think it an honor for them to have actually said hello to you and told you what was going on. That's my humble opinion and experience. If you know something different, please chime in. If you are a lawyer or somebody who wants to come in and explain it better, I'd love for you to do it because I'm not a lawyer. I am a criminal justice major and getting ready to graduate and go towards my master's. I want to thank all my fabulous mods right now. We have June and Ronnie and Yana in the house. They have been modding for me all day. Thank you so very much. Everybody give them a little bit of a round of applause. Thank you so much, you guys. You are freaking amazing, and we appreciate you. Well, that was a little weird. And by the way, mind your business, coffee ain't cheap. Don't forget that we do have memberships. We have super chats. We also have merch that we have. One of the things that we have in our merch is this fabulous mug. It says, I am HO. I'm a hoe. It's in my humble opinion with the little ILY on it. So we also have hats. We have t-shirts. We have bags. So go visit our store, our merch store. I do give a portion of the proceeds to our sign language interpreter, and a portion of it also goes to an ASL fund that can be used for people who are deaf who get into legal issues. And we are politely waiting. Let me get it up. We should be here soon. I saw some heads bopping and moving around in the courtroom coming in front of the camera, so it does look like they are returning. Check out the merch, y'all, at fourthwall.com collections all. Thank you very much, Yana. That's perfect. Let me see what else we have. Okay, so let's look at the July calendar. Right now, we're in the Raul Valle case. Kohlberger hearing is tomorrow. Valle case is not today. The Valle case will be back on again on Thursday. And then we will go into jury deliberations on Monday. And then hopefully I would love for there to be a verdict. I'm going to put it through Wednesday of next week just to be safe, but hopefully we'll have a verdict before Monday evening. I don't know why they're closed tomorrow, open Thursday, and then it closed again on Friday. They should just close it out all the rest of the week, but they're not. So Morgan Geyser has a motion hearing on the 7th. Then 11 a.m. is Wesley Bonley has a hearing. Florida versus Stephen Stearns is got a hearing on the 15th. Morgan Geyser is on the 17th again. Becky Hill, with which we know her as from the Murdaugh trials. She has a hearing on the 18th. Then on the 25th, Becky Hill's back in for the hearing on perjury. Lori Valle-Daybell on the 25th will be sentenced. And there we go. All right, let's go back to court.
I'll just remind you that you give your man the obligations due. I thought you checked on you on something.
Do we know if he's out on bond or is he actually still in jail? Bond, I believe. Yeah, I thought so. He parted with 2 million. How posted? Who in the world? I guess his parents have a lot of money, but that would hurt anybody. A $2 million bail. That's a $200,000 bond. Is it? I mean, cash out, isn't it?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The jury counsel please stipulate to the return.
Isn't that a $200,000 cash out?
I'll direct the state to continue this cross-examination.
Thank you.
Dang.
So Lito.
Minimum 10%. Sometimes they can go higher.
After you stabbed Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022, you indicated on direct examination you dove towards the car. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you indicated you got into the front passenger seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And when you got in the front passenger seat of the car at that moment, Tyler DeSilva wasn't in the car at that moment, was he?
No.
Tyler got in a few moments after you, right?
Yes.
And before Tyler DeSilva gets in the car, you tell Jack, oh my fucking God, I just stabbed 4 kids, correct?
No. When I first got into the car, he tried to drive off, and I said, wait.
So you don't admit to Jack that you stabbed 4 kids,
No,
but you would agree with me that in hindsight, you did stab 4 kids, right?
I didn't know who I stabbed or where I stabbed him or when.
I'm going to ask a very simple question that requires a yes or no answer. You would agree in hindsight that you stabbed 4 kids, correct?
I don't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed.
As you sit here today, you would agree that you stabbed 4 kids, correct?
Yes.
Allegedly. Wait a minute. I would
So
be
at some
objecting
point,
out
Jack-
my ass. Excuse the French. That is for the jury to decide. Allegedly.
Tyler gets in the car, right?
Yes.
And the car is facing, if I may approach the picture on it.
I'm struggling with this.
The car is facing Adams Drive, correct?
Yeah.
And you get in the car and Jack drives straight, correct?
Yes.
And he takes a left down Adams Drive, right?
Not sure.
So you were not paying attention as to where you were driving? But at some point in time, very shortly after you getting in the car stops in a cul-de-sac, right?
I don't know where it stopped.
And you get out of the car with the knife and throw it
Okay,
into the
no
woods,
deaf.
correct?
Okay, I thought I
No.
had a deaf
So your
person.
testimony today is that you get out of the car, you tell Jack to stop, right?
Yes.
You get out of the car, right?
Yes.
And at that moment, the one thing you were concerned about was looking at your ribs. That was your testimony on direct?
Yeah, I had a very sharp pain on my rib.
You weren't concerned with the fact that you just stabbed 4 kids at that point, right?
I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got
But you
stabbed.
recall stabbing some kids at the party, right?
I was just flailing my arm around.
So you had no idea you stabbed anybody at the house?
No.
You were just flailing back and forth like this, swiping motions.
Everything.
When you got in Jack's car, you didn't call the police at that point, did you?
No.
In fact, after you drove, when you first got to 43 Laurel Glen and you drove down the street, you didn't call the police at that point, right?
No.
And you didn't call the police when you got out of the car down the street at the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
No.
And you didn't call the police just slightly before you went back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
No.
So at some point you get back in the car after checking your ribs, right? You determined you were okay. There was nothing was going on. You used the light from inside the car, right? That's your testimony?
Yes.
You get back in the car and you drive back to where Will, Mackenzie, Dimitri, and Keenan, right?
There was nobody like.
There was nobody there?
No, they were in the car.
So Mackenzie's sister was already there.
Yes.
So my point is you drove back to the area where those kids were, your friends, right? And your girlfriend.
Yes.
And at that point, you say to Jack and Tyler, stop the car, right?
Yes.
And you say, I love you guys. I'm going with Kenzie, right?
I don't remember if I said anything. I just remember going and getting in.
And you get out of the car
Yes.
and they take off. Tyler gets in the front seat. You recall Tyler getting in the front seat? They take off, right? Remember seeing them take off?
No.
You don't remember, you just remember you getting in the car and that's it?
And then we drove off. Yeah.
Okay. Now you were in Mackenzie's car and you were listening to music.
Yeah.
It was a quiet ride, right? Outside of the music, there was no talking, right?
Keenan talked to me.
Keenan was talking. And when you got into Mackenzie's sister's car, you didn't call the police at that point, right?
Thank you, Ronnie.
Because you were shocked, right? You were shocked at that point?
Still panic and everything.
Panic? And you indicated that you don't You didn't realize you stabbed anybody, but you were still in a panic?
Oh, man.
And you indicated that you didn't, you dropped off Keenan and Dimitri, right?
Yeah.
Mackenzie was still upset. She didn't want to talk to you.
Yes.
And in fact, when they dropped you off in Milford, you asked to talk to Mackenzie, right?
Yes.
And she would not talk to you, right?
Yes.
And you got inside your house,
Yes.
and you got inside your house after midnight, right?
I don't remember the time.
It was late, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that the video from 36 Laurel Glen has 11:40 when you initially go down the street and about 11:53 when you're taking off and leaving the area for good? Do you recall that?
I'm not sure what time it was.
But it was late, right?
Yeah.
And your mother's packing for Florida.
Yeah.
And your brother's packing for Florida
Yes.
because you had an early flight. And you weren't going at that point, right?
They,
Just prior to coming home, you were not going to Florida.
yes.
But when you got home, you decided you were going to Florida at that point, right?
When my mom had asked me, yes.
Yeah, Mom, I just stabbed 4 people. I'm out of here. What? So did you tell your mom, hey, Mom, I just stabbed 4 people. Do you think maybe I should pack a bag and go with you? What's your thoughts on that, Mama? I'm floored.
And you had told your mother what had happened, right?
Bits and pieces.
And at that point in time, you didn't call the police. You didn't tell them your side of the story, right?
Even after, the police never asked me anything.
How about I move to the strike as non-responsive, Your Honor?
I will strike the witness's testimony following the response of no, ladies and gentlemen.
So you didn't call the police that night, right?
No.
As a matter of fact, while Mackenzie is driving home, she engages in a text message with you, right?
Yes.
States 97. Around 12:26 a.m., right? This is when the text messages are going on. You're already home at this point, right?
Yes.
She's driving home at this point, right?
I have no idea.
You texted with each other shortly after her dropping you off, correct?
I don't remember when. I just know I texted with her.
Within how long?
How long what?
How long were you home before you started texting? You don't recall. But in any event, you talk to your girlfriend and you tell her, I didn't do anything, I wasn't there, stop texting. You know that was a lie, right?
Yeah, I was just panicking. I didn't know what to say.
States 98. Again, I wasn't there. That was a lie, right? Because you were there, right?
Yeah.
States 99. Don't text me, I'm going to Florida, right?
Yeah.
So at that moment in time, what you thought was important was to go to Florida instead of calling the police, right?
I didn't know what to think.
My question to you is, at that point in time, you decided to go to Florida instead of calling the police, right?
I don't know what I was.
Did you call the police in this moment? No, right? So at that point in time, you said, I'm going to Florida, right? You told Mackenzie that, right?
I texted her, yes.
You didn't say, I'm calling the police, right? Because you told her you weren't there, right?
I was just freaking out. I didn't really know what to say.
States 100. I can't text anything. I wasn't there. You can't text anything because why? Because you're afraid of making an admission? No. And again, you're saying I wasn't there. That's 3 times you're telling your girlfriend who was with you at the scene that you weren't there, right?
Yes.
So you go to Florida early the next day with your mother and your brother, right?
Yes.
And you were going to Florida to see your other brother, right?
Yes.
And what was your other brother doing in Florida?
Living?
Living? Where was he living?
In Stuart, Florida.
Stewart? And you were down there for a day?
I don't remember how long I was down there.
Do you remember flying home with your mother on Monday night, the 16th of May?
I remember flying home. I don't remember exactly what day it was.
You indicated on direct examination that you found out the severity of what had happened when you were in Florida, right?
Yes.
Now, who did you find that out through?
I can't remember exactly, but one of my friends had texted me.
One of your friends had texted you. And when you found out the severity of what had happened while you were in Florida, you didn't call the police at that point either, did you? Do you recall the day that you flew home? Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You remember to refresh as to when you came home?
Yeah.
When did you come home?
Showed me that at like 7 or 10 p.m.
10 p.m. on the 16th, right? And at some point in time on the 16th, were you aware that there was a warrant for your arrest?
I think at that time, no.
No? And you indicated that the next day you slept late? Were you sleeping to the afternoon?
No,
And you were sleeping. And at some point you found out that there was a warrant for your arrest, right? But you didn't turn yourself in when you woke up, right?
Yes, I got in the car with my dad and instantly.
Isn't it true you didn't turn yourself in until 4 in the morning on Wednesday, the 18th?
That's actually a good time to turn yourself in, y'all. Turn yourself in the middle of the night is a good time. That way you don't have to spend the night there all night. And they serve breakfast early. They get moving early. That's the best time to turn yourself in.
So it wasn't
Just
the next
saying.
day after you got home from Florida, right?
I don't remember when it was.
At some point in time after the incident on May 14th of 2022, Tyler Da Silva texts you or calls you on the phone, rather. Do you remember that?
Never called me.
And you had a conversation with him, right?
Never called me.
And you told him you fucked up, right?
Never called me.
Watch your language. You're really? I disagree with that. I disagree with that behavior right there. Disagree. Massively disagree with that behavior.
So on the 18th of May, when you turned yourself in, the police took pictures of you that counsel went through with you, right? And this is a picture, states 34. That's a picture of the front right side of your face, right?
Yes.
No blood, no serious contusions like Ryan Hines, right?
This was days after.
Days after, so you're a quick healer.
Yes. Right. The pictures of Ryan Hines were the same day, I think.
States 35. No serious contusions on your face, right? No serious black and blues, right?
This is
right. This was 3 days later, right?
I don't know how many days.
States 36. A little bit of the black and blue on your left eye there, right? But nothing huge, right? Right?
Objection, Your Honor. These speak for themselves. He's asking him to give an opinion on medical injury.
Right? You don't have the serious black and blue on your eye, right?
That's not.
States 37. The rear of your head. Can't really see any serious contusions on the back of your head in this picture, right? 4 days later.
I see one.
You see one? Where do you see it?
On the left side.
On the left side, right. So we have states 38. We can show that right here. Again, not really that area there. 4 days later. Doesn't really look like the black and blues that Tommy Connery had a month later, right?
Oh, wait, thank you, Ada.
Doesn't really look like the black and blues that Ryan Hines on the head on the side of his body. a few weeks
Objection, Your
later,
Honor,
right?
asking him to make a comparison between somebody else's injuries and what are in these photos, it's improper.
You have a scratch mark, states 40, right? It's a little scratch mark on your right hand, right arm.
Yes.
States 42, no real marks on your hands, right?
No.
States 43. Again, no marks on your hands, right? So just to confirm, on May 14th of 2022, you were the only one with a knife at Tyler Rich's house, correct?
No idea.
Did somebody else have a knife at Tyler Rich's house?
Not that I know of.
You didn't see anybody else with a weapon that night, right?
I didn't look for any weapons.
You didn't see any, did you?
I didn't look.
You didn't see any, did you?
No, I didn't look.
There were 4 people that were stabbed that night, right?
Yes.
And those 4 people had 9 stab wounds, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you're the one responsible for that, correct?
At the time, I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed or when they got stabbed.
You're the one who was responsible for those stab wounds, correct?
I don't know. I guess so, yes.
I would be objecting.
No further questions, John. Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Valle, do you remember Mr. Durso asking you about having an interaction with some of the Shelton High kids at the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
And we saw a video of a vehicle coming by, and you testified that that's when Mr. Snyder gave you the knife.
They tossed it to me, yes.
And then you saw some of those Shelton High kids come up and approach you, right?
Yes.
You had the knife then, right?
Yes.
And you got sprayed in the face with WD-40?
Yes.
Why didn't you use the knife then?
I wasn't in fear of my life. I had no reason to use it.
You went back down to 43 Laurel Glen Drive in Jack Snyder's car, right?
Yes.
You had the knife that Jack Snyder had given you at that point, right?
Yes.
You used it then?
No.
You used it when you got down there and you were confronted with those kids and you're on the ground as you've described for us here?
Yes.
Why?
Felt like the only thing that was going to save me.
Nothing further.
Mr. Valle, you had the knife when you were down at the corner of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
And you willingly got back into Jack's car, right?
Yes.
And you went back to Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
And you willingly got out of the car at Tyler Rich's house, correct?
To make peace.
You got out of Tyler Rich's car with the knife, correct?
Yes.
And you walked onto the property at that point, correct?
Yes.
You had no right to be there, correct?
I don't know.
You didn't have an invitation to be on the property, correct?
When we first arrived, it's not like they came and threw us out or anything.
Well, you told us before, sir, that you were scared and panicked for your life when the kids were rocking and throwing things at the car, right?
Yes.
You didn't want to be there in that situation, right? Yes. But you went back with a knife to Tyler Rich's house, the very same house that you were in the car, and with things being thrown at where you were panicked and scared, right?
The knife was already in my pocket.
Right.
Yes.
But you went back to that house where you said you were panicked and scared in the car minutes before when they were rocking and throwing things at the car, correct? And you got out of that car with the knife to go confront those kids, right?
I didn't go and confront them because I...
But you got out of the car with the knife, right? And you walked on the property.
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Please don't step as you enter. Does the defense intend to call any additional witnesses?
The defense does not, Your Honor. The defense would rest.
Oh, yay. We rest. Hallelujah.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Rebuttal. These captionings have kind of struggled a little bit today.
So no rebuttal.
Your Honor, at some point, may the jury be excused for legal arguments.
At this point in time, I am actually going to send the jury. Do you want me to send the jury home at this point? Or?
That's fine. No objection, Your Honor.
I wish he'd fix his man bun a little better. Every day it looks sloppy. Hair pulled, falling out. Come on, dude. You're a lawyer. Get a better hair job. I like the long hair per se for him, but come on, do a better job.
So I just want to remind you that
Explain it.
we are at the part of the trial where you have heard all of the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. However, you've not yet heard closing arguments. You've not yet heard the instructions regarding the law that you're to apply to the facts you find in this case. As such, as in my prior instruction to you on your oath, you're not at a point where you can discuss this case with anyone, including each other. So you're not at that point yet, despite the fact that you've heard all the evidence. So it may seem natural that you are at the phase where you can talk about this with your fellow jurors, but you cannot, all right? So you need to continue to abide by that instruction until such time that I tell you that you are able to go ahead and conduct your deliberations. So we are going to adjourn with respect to the jury right now for the day. You are able to leave. Again, we will not be having court on this matter tomorrow, and next to you on July 3rd, at which time I would anticipate closing arguments and the instructions, and then thereafter deliberations by you, the jury. Okay, so please, again, remember not to discuss the case with anyone. Do not take in any information about this case. Try to avoid the media as best as you can. There is media attention on this case.
You're right about that, love.
Media and news coverage. So if you can please avoid those, or would much appreciate it, so that we don't have to deal with any conflicts when you come back. Also, again, there have been locations that have been discussed. Do not do any drive-bys. Do not look up any locations via any other type of mapping device. And last but not least, please do not conduct your own independent research or investigation into this case, because you are going to be instructed to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here in this program. With that, have a good afternoon. Have a good day tomorrow, and we will see you back on Thursday. Thank you so much for your continued attention.
So this is his last holiday at home before he potentially spends the rest of his life in jail. Prison. Yana, am I coming in that hot? Let me know. I have the court gained up pretty loud, and I have me down below the halfway mark. So Yana, if I'm too loud, it's okay. Just let me know. Is that better, y'all? It's really hard to gauge when you're in hearing aids. I can't tell. So thank you for letting me know. If y'all need me to turn the cord up, just tell me. More. So we'll be back on Thursday. And for those who don't know, I can't hear myself. I'm deaf without my hearing aids, so I apologize if it's been a little bit loud. I like a bullhorn. Is this better? I turned it down. Anybody else having a problem with my sound? Please let me know. Judge is quite soft.
Attorney Smith, you wanted to present legal argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have the court almost 100%.
Acquittal under Practice Book 42-42. The state's evidence says closed. We made our motion at that time. We've now heard from Mr. Valle, and I would renew my motion, and I would direct the court to the cases of State versus Carpenter, 214 con 77.
Trying to get it
1992
dismissed.
case,
Ain't gonna happen.
and State versus Thomas 210 con 199, a 1989 case. And the standard here is well known to the court. This is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the state. But even when viewing that light, viewed in that light, this evidence is insufficient for this jury or any jury to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Valle had the specific intent to murder anyone, that Mr. Valle had the specific intent to assault Tommy Connery, or to assault Ryan Hines, and more so even with regard to Mr. Faison Teele, which is the assault in the second degree charge. The evidence as to Mr. Teele, candidly, is we heard the least about it. We really don't have any indication of what the mechanism was. Mr. Teele couldn't be sure how he got cut or what exactly it was that cut him. And we haven't heard any evidence of anybody viewing
Now
that happening.
I can't even hear
So
feel
it
myself.
has to be simply an inference that a juror would draw that in the course of this brawl and this
So I can't. So when they're talking, you can't hear me. So I'll have to stop. But let me know how this volume is.
chaotic scene, that somehow Mr. Valle cut Mr. Teele. I would submit that that is an inference that is unreasonable to draw on this evidence that we have before us. Specific intent is not simply general intent. So the fact that Mr. Valle has testified here that he was flailing around with the knife trying to defend himself is not sufficient to show the specific intent to stab Tommy Connery, the specific intent to stab Faison Teele, or the specific intent to stab Ryan Hines, or the specific intent to stab Jimmy McGrath. As to the other elements, candidly, we have conceded those elements by raising a self-defense claim. That doesn't, however, mean that the state prevails, even when you view this evidence in the light most favorable to the state. That they have shown beyond a reasonable doubt for these fact finders that Mr. Valle possessed the specific intent to murder or to assault any of the injured in this case. Consequences are tragic, but it simply doesn't tip the scales any further and allow this jury or any other jury to find, again, that the state has proven specific intent. The evidence there is equivocal at best, but in no way does it reach that highest standard and overcome it. We would ask the court to grant the motion for judgment of acquittal as to all the charges.
Attorney Giuseppe.
Your Honor, thank you. I would just first start by saying the defendant has testified and is now subject to the same credibility instruction that every other witness is subject to when you charge the jury. The jury is free to believe all, some, or none of the defendant's testimony, and that's up to the jury. I would submit that there are a lot of inconsistencies in the defendant's testimony, and I would submit that the defendant was caught on a lie multiple times in his testimony. And I would submit that that would have an impact on this jury. With regards to the defendant's specific intent, should the jury believe that the defendant went back there with a knife, his intent was purposeful, and that he took that knife out of his right pocket, opened it up, and started stabbing the people that were before him. There was evidence that Faison Teele, Ryan Hines, and Tommy Connery were in the vicinity of where Mr. Valle was. He stabbed Ryan Hines and Faison Teele first. They were stab wounds, not slashes. So the jury can infer from the circumstantial evidence from Faison Teele that his wound was a stab wound, purposeful, not slash. There was some testimony from doctors with regards to that. The jury could also view Mr. Hines's evidence that he was stabbed purposefully this way, not a slash wound or flailing around. The jury can infer the defendant's intent from that. with regards to Tommy Connery, there was evidence that the defendant was down almost on one knee, that he purposefully went at Tommy Connery and stabbed him 4 times in the leg. And with regards to Jimmy, after he came back from the car,
It is. It's standard.
Mr. De Silva was no longer in harm's way. He turned right at Jimmy and purposefully went at him and stabbed him in the heart. Didn't slash him, stabbed him. I would submit that the jury's going to get an instruction that intent can be formed in an instant. And they could also infer from the circumstantial evidence, should they not believe the defendant's testimony, that the number of wounds inflicted, the area of the bodies where the wounds were inflicted, all points to the specific intent of the defendant on May 14th of 2022. So I think when you view all the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, I think the defendant's argument fails, and I would ask you to deny it at this point.
So this motion being made at the close of evidence in accordance with our rules of practice, the court is going to take the motion under consideration and defer a decision until the jury returns its verdict. So again, there won't be any court proceedings tomorrow on this particular matter, and we will see everyone back on Thursday, July 3rd. I would instruct counsel, please, at some point, just to touch base with me for an informal charging conference. I intend to be on the record on July 3rd in the morning. We'll start with the formal charging conference on the record, at which point in time thereafter we'll move to closing arguments, and then the court will charge the jury.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Court stands adjourned.
All rise. Court adjourned.
Okie dokie. So we're done with that. Let me get over here. Okay, so now we have another statement. By contrast, Madison Mogan's father is choosing acceptance. He told Idaho Statesman, saying the plea agreement would let his family avoid trial and allow its wounds to keep healing. So there's the opposite side of the coin. If Kohlberger were given the DP, he wouldn't have to spend decades thinking about how terrible he made the world. Mogan added to CBS Mornings. We can actually put this behind us and not have these future dates, future things that we don't want to have to be at, that we shouldn't have to be at, that have to do with this terrible person. We get to just think about the rest of our lives and have to try and figure out how to do it without Maddie and without the rest of our kids. That is another father statement. Oh, I didn't mean to delete mine. Let me pop it back up. So yay for them. June, is there any of my mods? Are we not going to be having the Barry Morphew hearing? Is it only going to be in voice? Is it not going to be on YouTube? Somebody help me with that. Here is from this morning. We're going to share this.
Barry Morphew, the husband of Suzanne Morphew, who disappeared back in 2020, is now back in custody, facing a first-degree murder charge.
Now, this comes after he was just extradited back to Colorado and is expected in court this afternoon. Fox 31's Courtney Fromm joins us live in studio now with more on what led to the indictment and the new evidence, Courtney, that's in the spotlight.
People have been following this story since everything happened back in 2020. Now, Barry is expected to make his first court appearance in court this afternoon for the first time since that new charge was brought up. Now, right now, his bond, though, is set at $3 million. Now, the new information revealed more about what possibly happened to Suzanne, including autopsy results that could link her cause of death directly to Barry. Now, the autopsy results found in the indictment show that Suzanne's remains found in a shallow grave in Saguache County likely were moved there, citing a lack of animal interaction expected if the body had decomposed there. Now, the results also show a deer tranquilizer called BAM was in Suzanne's system and had been there before she died. But at the time of her disappearance in 2020, only one company in the U.S. sold BAM, and it required a prescription. Records show when Suzanne died, her husband was the only private citizen in the entire area of the state they lived in who had access to BAM.
I can tell you that our law enforcement officers have never forgot, have never given up, and they have been working so hard to get to the place where we are today. And so it is never enough to say we're just going to forget about it because it's too hard.
Now, Barry, he continues to say he is innocent. His attorney, David Beller, telling us in part, quote, yet again, the government allows their predetermined conclusion to lead their search for evidence. Barry maintains his innocence, end quote. Now, if Barry posts his bond, he will be required to wear a GPS tracker. Court is set, though, to start at 1:30 today. And I know a lot of people in Salida are curious how this is going to unfold. But for now, live in the newsroom, Courtney from Fox 31.
Yeah, across the state and really across the country, people have been keeping an eye on this case. So we'll definitely follow it closely, see how it develops. Courtney, thank you.
I'm looking for the page. It says it can be found on the state judicial case of interest page. But why can't I find it? Misa can't find the page. Okay, what we're going to try and do, if I can find the page, what we'll do is we will go and watch the Barry Morphew. Well, Ronnie, you rock, girlfriend. But which court? Ronnie, we have the thing, but which courtroom is it going to be in? Alamos County courtroom? I'll find it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to all you wonderful people. And then we will come back on, and if it's available, and we will watch that hearing. And then I'm saying 90%, but it could change depending on if anything changes here. We're going to watch the Lori De Bavallo interview part 2 tonight in our Discord. So I just saw it, Veronica. I saw it. I got it. Yay. Thank you. She's so awesome. We love you. So what we're going to do is there's 519 of you. Thank you so much, guys, between X and YouTube. Thank you so much for watching. Let's look at the bingo card once again before we close out the day. We always do our drawings and bingo card. This is a bingo card. We almost had a coverall. If we had a coverall, everybody would be entered. So let's go ahead and do the fabulous drawing. This is for the bingo. We only got one new sub. They are automatically in. Only 2 of you shared this whole video. Come on, guys. I know more than y'all shared it. Congratulations again, babe. Okay. Y'all, we need to have more people in these drawings. It is absolutely free. Costs you absolutely nothing in drawings. You just got to let your fingers do the walking. All right, Dawn. Congratulations. We appreciate you so very much. You guys, that is awesome. We did it. We did it. We did it. Well, that's okay. So I am going to come back in a little bit with the Barry Morphew trial. Please come back and join us. In the meantime, go stretch. Go get something to drink, something to eat. Stretch your legs. Don't get blood clots for sitting all day like I do. And move around a little bit. And we'll see you back here shortly this afternoon for the Barry Morphew trial. Thank you so much to all my fabulous mods and all my viewers. See you. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.